We're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, but we have Vargas Elementary School here in our boardroom, and I would like for the students that are here today to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Come on up. We will now take a roll of the trustees.
Laura Blakely,
Christian, Bill Lambert,
Devin Conley,
Laura Berman. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present today. We move on to approval of the agenda. Trustees, I would like to move an item on the agenda. If we can move item 3 up to number 2, just switch 2 and 3 so we can do the school showcase by Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary School since they are here already. And then after that, we will do, we'll have our special recognition of the newly permanent teachers. Does that sound okay? All right. If there's anybody in the public that would like to comment on the agenda itself, you may press star 9 on your phone, raise your hand in Zoom, or please present a speaker card. Okay, seeing as there are none, do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the agenda as revised, switching items 2 and 3.
my second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And a motion made by trustee Blakely, seconded by trustee Lambert. The agenda has been approved. We are switching items 2 and 3. Just flipping those 2 items has been approved unanimously. Thank you. So then our next item is our school showcase. And we have Principal Vargas here to present. I'm sorry. Principal Taylor is here to present on Vargas. I apologize.
Okay, perfect. So I do want to start the night by thanking some people. Our school is going, or the board is going to honor a few individuals with certificates. I want to go ahead and list some of those names. Some of them are here tonight. And I want to start with some parents and community volunteers that we had. So these are parents in our school who have helped support our school become the school that it is. They're members of the PTA, they're members of the school site council. And so we have Lara Gill, Anna Fayborg, Aina Shearling, we have Harshal Varangankar, we have Kimberly Chang, who is our current PTA president. We have Shannon London, who is our former PTA president. We have Suki Gruhl, who is both on the school site council and she is also vice president for our school site council. We've got Sandy Nguyen, we've got Hazel Bourget, we've got Kristen Johnson, Ebru Girelli, Francisca Romanowski, we've got Naima DeFazio, we've got Elzbieta San Juan Scars, Amanda Zach, Jessica Gandhi, Rachel Guild, Mandy Chan, and Melanie Sosa, who is our ELAC president. And so these parents really have worked really hard to make Vargas the school that it is. So thank you guys so much for all that you do. In addition, I do have some students that I want to honor. Over the summer, I challenged our students to work to do some summer learning. And the goal was for students in 3rd through 5th grade or entering 3rd through 5th grading, rising 3rd through 5th graders to do 100 lessons of work. Our kindergarten and 1st grade students who are now 1st and 2nd grade students, their goal was 75. And we had a ton of students. I think it's like 26 students who were able to do that over the summer. And so I wanted to just read off their names as well. We've got Adeline Reddy, we've got Joel Guild, Mira DeFazio, Paylene Gavrecki, Abigail Knox, Andrew Goldlink, Ella Demerigen, we've got Emma Yu, Yoli Lin, Parker Bourget, Vivian Pan, Hannah Chang, Hannah Uchida, we've got Kieran Williams, Arya Mitra, Ewan Lin, Arya DeFazio, Anya Raychad-Jury, Luke Ding, Kara Chang, Parker Heights, Caleb Sun, Zella Yi Mazawa, and Rohan Williams. So thank you guys for doing all that hard work over the summer. Many of them are here in the room today too. So a round of applause for those. If you follow us on the socials, you'll notice that many of these students also got to pie me in the face recently because they was part of their goal. And so I just wanted to honor them, the ones who really took it even further and did 100% of the work. So thank you for that. And now I'd like to do our Vargas School Showcase. Go ahead, next slide. So I wanted to start by connecting it to the strategic plan. As part of our strategic plan, goal area 3, I made a mistake. Goal area 3 is inclusive and welcoming culture. And so for goal area 3, we have 3 initiatives that we wanted to make sure we do. We wanted to expand our opportunities for stakeholder voices. We want to expand and enhance culturally relevant approaches to student, parent, and community engagement. And then the other piece is we want to make sure that we enhance the capacity of our parents to support their students in learning. And so a lot of parent education, making sure that all of our students and our parents feel welcome at our school. Next slide. And so one of the things that we want to celebrate is that recently Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary was named for the Alliance for a Healthier Generation to our 2023 list of America's healthiest schools, specifically for increasing family and community engagement and improving social emotional health and learning. And tonight, I want to highlight our family and community engagement components. So one of the things that I want to do is where families are partners in learning. So we do have parents who help out with after school, but we also want to make sure that our families are partners in learning. And so, next slide, there are several things that we do. So we have at our school a Read Across the World event in which families from different backgrounds read in their native language to our students as part of our regular week of instruction. And what that helps our students to do is to build empathy for other students. We have a ton of newcomers at Vargas, and it helps our students to see a day in the life of a newcomer, but it also lets parents and students know that their culture is valued and welcomed at our school. We also have Lunar New Year celebration, and we have parent volunteers come in and teach about the Lunar New Year. We have different assemblies that our PTA helps to fund and bring to our school. They help run our talent shows. They help with monthly recess activities. This year, we're going to be doing monthly recess activities such as for Hispanic Heritage Month. They're going to come in and do activities with our students. We also do Abilities Awareness Month. And so we want to make sure that we have an inclusive environment, and that extends to students who are neurodivergent. And so we do a lot of work. Our librarian, Claire, helps to train parents, and then we train our 2nd and 4th grade students every year on different activities. And then, of course, like all schools have, we have regular volunteer opportunities for our school. And I do want to share some photos from some of the events. And so this is our Read Across America event. And as you can see, we have lots of parent volunteers reading to our school students in our schools. We have a lot of languages spoken. So we had German, Spanish. There were several Indian languages. I know one was Punjab, and I think the other one was Malayalam that was spoken. We had Russian. And if you keep going, there's a few more slides. We had grandparents come in and read. We also have some bilingual teachers. And so Ms. Ragas, who speaks French, and Ms. Claire, our librarian, also read in French to students, and Ms. Valle read in Spanish with our students. So next. This is photos from our Lunar New Year celebration. So we had some parents come in and share aspects from the Lunar New Year. And so we had some parents painting Chinese characters, but we also had a family who brought in some Korean artifacts and trained kids on games that they do in Korea. Next slide. Parents also help with assemblies, right? And so our school is not just reading and writing, it's all the extra components to it. And so we had mad scientists come in. We had, I'm forgetting his first name, but Mr. Gutierrez came in and he worked with our fourth graders and third graders to work on Native American cultures and things. And one of the things, one of the students is here right now, he started a fire on our blacktop. And it was pretty cool to see and to connect to some of our indigenous cultures. We love the animals. There's an ikaidna. Ikaidna is, I think, how you pronounce that. And so it's really cool to expose our students to different things, not just the reading and writing that we normally get. So next. We also do some family education. That's that growing our parent capacity. And so some of the things that we do, like all of our schools, we do a parent university extension series. We also do a kinder family reading night where our kinder teachers come in and present to our families about how we want students to read. We have a newcomer dinner. And so for all of our newcomer families, we invite them to learn how to become acculturated to American schools, right? There are some differences. We want to make sure that they understand some of our policies. And so we do a newcomer dinner. And then for all of our families, we do a new family orientation. So if you can go ahead. I have some pictures from there. This is our most recent kinder family night. This is on Monday. And we got our kinder team here. And we have some families who are learning about the ways we want to read. We can go on to the next one. And this year, we made sure to also add in some games that they can practice. And again, we got some parent volunteers to help make sure that that was a successful night for families. And they were training them and practicing what we want parents to do with their students at home. All right, next. We also do some community events. Go ahead. We have our walkathon just like many of the schools. But one of the things that we really were proud of this year is our international festival. I've said this multiple times. We have a lot of different types of families at our school. We speak over 26 languages at Vargas, and that represents way more countries. And so for our international festival, our parents actually did all the work. All I did was say yes. But they came together, families who all have Chinese background came together and worked collaboratively to teach the rest of the culture, or the rest of the school about China. There is a group of Japanese families who work together to collaboratively talk to the rest of the students. And so it was a really partnership building amongst families and community building activity. It truly was community building. We have our family science night, which is just fun science fun. Our STEAM teachers teach a little bit about science, and then we provide Kiwi kits for all of our students to engage with their families in science. We do some fall festivals. We have ice cream socials, movie nights, really to just celebrate and commune together. Go ahead and switch. Okay, this is just from the family science night. We've got parents, you can see how enthused they are and happy everyone is. We provide the instructions in Spanish for some of our Spanish speaking families as well, so we can truly engage as many families as possible. Go ahead to the next slide. More science night. These events really are well attended as well. In each one of these events, we have well over 100 families who attend, so that's really good. Next. Okay, and this is from our international festival. And so these are just a few representative cultures. And one of the things we're really excited about is last year we provided ballet folkloric for our students after school. And Ms. Valle led the group and they performed at our international festival. And so again, at our school, we not only say diversity is good, we want to encourage students to share their diversity and who they are and truly bring themselves to our school. Next. Just a different representation. And you can flip to the next one as well. And so again, there were over 21 tables that were presenting different countries at our night. And so it was really wonderful to see. And then finally, I do want to talk about extracurricular things that we do for students. And so one of the things is we care about the academics, we build community through those things, but we also care just about our greater community. And so we've had book drives, we've done clothing drives for the community. At our school, we have a book fair just like many other schools. One of the things that we do that's really cool is we do a coin drive. And so parents donate their coin drives, and we're able to actually provide a free book to all of our students at the Scholastic Book Fair. We've done drives for Ronald McDonald House. And then something I'm really happy about and extending this year is we take some families on family field trips on the weekend. And so I'm going to go to the next slide. So this is our book drive. And so in our, we collected books, families donated books that their children had outgrew. We handed them out in the MUR. And if you go to the next slide, this happened in the daytime. This is the next recess. This is what students were doing after we did our book drive. They decided, I don't want to play right now. I'm going to read the book that I just got. And so it was really heartening to see. Next. This is our family field trip. So last year we took a group of students and families to the Tech Museum on the weekend. It was a really cool thing. Primarily these were Spanish speaking families. And so the docents at the Tech Museum were Spanish speaking. We had our SCEF. You can go ahead and go to the next slide too. We had our SCEF there as well. And it was a wholly free trip for the most part. It was like $1 per participant. And so it was really cool to see and engage our families, not just in what we do in the academic, but what we do also outside of school. All right, this is just a few pictures. There's a really cool machine at the Tech Museum where they have to take down lasers. And they're driving and they're navigating. And that's actually one of the kids there is a current kinder student. So they weren't even a student at our school. It was just their family who was coming. And so it was really cool to see. And I think that's the end of the slideshow. But if there are any questions that the board has or anything, comments, I'm here to answer those.
Well, thank you so much to all of the students from Vargas and parents that are here today. It was so incredible to learn about your school and all of the ways that you're involving your parents in your education and in your classrooms and learning. So thank you so much. It really does take a village. And today you've really highlighted some amazing activities that happen at Vargas. So thank you so much. Trustees, any questions or comments?
I'm just thrilled to have all of you back here. This is the first showcase we've done since early 2020. And so it's a thrill to have you here and have Vargas kick it off.
Yeah. I'm just going to go to the public and see, are there any comments? Oh, yes, Trustee Chang.
Thank you. And my question, both for staff and students, because there's no age requirement to speak to the board. Is there anything that the board can do to help make your school better? Well, if not now, just know that there's no age requirement to email the board as well. And we often receive emails from students. And I think when students email, we pay extra close attention because they know exactly what's happening. So we welcome knowing how we can help Vargas continue to be great.
Thank you.
Yep. So Principal Taylor, thank you for showing up as well as the staff. You're my favorite newest school. Want to point that out. So not to play favorites, but I will say every morning I enjoy watching the green wave walk over to the school. It is really a treat. And as a resident in the area, I thoroughly enjoy watching all of y'all, whether I'm on my bike or whether I'm driving. So y'all have a very special place in my heart as my favorite newest school. So thank you, Vern, for doing that.
Thank you so much. Now I do want to go into any public comments around our school showcase. Anyone in person, anyone online? Okay, thank you so much. Have a good night. Okay, so we will move on to our next item. This is special recognition, newly permanent teachers for the 2023-2024 school year. Ms. Fickard.
Thank you. This is still on. Fantastic. All right. So as we know, teaching is truly an act of love. Teachers spend extraordinary amounts of time and attention learning about their students, their strengths, their likes, their needs, in order to design and develop great lessons to help students grow. And tonight is so exciting because we're here to recognize teachers who have completed their first 2 probationary years with us and are excited to become permanent members of our district. And so some of our teachers are new to the profession. Some are seasoned teachers who are new to, who were new to our district 2 years ago. Either way, they have proven themselves to be valued members of our team and really truly committed to the success of our students in our community. I do have to say there have been many teachers who have emailed me thanking us for recognizing them this evening. They're unable to be here. But even if they're not able to be here, I want to make sure that they know if they're watching online or somebody shares with them, their apples for being new teachers will be delivered to them tomorrow. They'll go home with their principals tonight. Okay, and so without further ado, I would like to call the names of all of our new teachers. Those of you who are here, please make sure you come up and get your apple. And those of you who are watching from home, your apples will come to you. All right, so begin with Chloe Alessi from Stevenson Elementary. We have Jamie Backman from Graham Middle School. Joey Bowler from Landals Elementary. Christine Chen, who's part of our special education department. Patricia Chickentelli at Crittenden Middle School. All right, next we have Judy Espino at Vargas. All right, we have Jordan Garvey from Therakoff Elementary School. Sukanya Guha from Stevenson. JC Crampert, who is one of our instructional coaches in the language arts department in middle school. Maribel Leon from Mistral. Daniel Myers, who's actually one of our school nurses here in the district. Melanie Sherman from Landals Elementary. Emily Surian from Vargas Elementary. And last but not least, Lauren Willigan from Stevenson. All right, and with that, I will ask the board to please approve permanent status for our newly permanent teachers.
Trustees, any questions? Okay, and then we'll take any comments from the public. Okay, do I have a motion to approve our new permanent teachers for the 23-24 school year?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. On the motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Lambert, trustee Chang, we officially have approved the newly permanent teachers for the 23-24 school year unanimously. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. You're welcome to stay or you're welcome to go home. Thank you so much. We will now move on to item 4, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If you wish to comment on the closed session agenda, you can do so at this time. Seeing as there are no comments from the public, at 6:28 PM, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. At 8:35 PM, the open session of this meeting is now reconvened. There was no action taken during closed session. We will move on to the next item, the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved in one motion. Trustees, are there any questions about the consent agenda or comments? Okay,
I had a couple of questions that were answered in the questions that we posted. So no additional questions.
thank you. Yes. Oh, okay. Yes.
Just that the link for the board question document, I think it's broken for the public side.
We were working on it in closed session, and I think we've corrected it.
Google Doc link.
So it was a website issue, it wasn't an access issue, but I believe Ms. Hausman got it resolved. I'll double check in a second.
I would move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Let me just see if there's any public comments on the consent agenda. Okay. Trustee Chang has made a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, on a motion made by trustee Chang and seconded by Vice President Conley, we have approved the consent agenda unanimously. We will now move on to communications, employee organizations. If there are any representatives, employee organizations who wish to address the board, they may do so at this time. Next, we'll move on, seeing as there are none, we'll move on to district committees. You may raise your hand on Zoom. Seeing as there are none, we will move on to superintendent update.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So just a couple of quick things. The first one is, I know that some of the trustees walked the teacher housing complex today. We'll set up another one for those of you who weren't able to do it. And then I know some of you also suggested or offered the opportunity to for city council to also walk it. So we'll work with our construction management company to make sure it happens. A beautiful building. I've had the pleasure of walking it 3 times over the last 2 weeks. It's definitely made a lot of progress at the top floor. Appliances are now in. And so it's definitely moving forward and can't wait to unveil it. At the same time, I also presented today at the Santa Clara County Office of Education for their housing symposium. It was also good to hear a couple of other options, and to that San Jose State is actually planning on building 1,000 units, which was really ambitious, and also looking in for partners. I don't know if that will fit our needs, but they're looking for multiple agencies to try and join in to sort of defray the cost. So, but it was exciting to hear that, as well as the housing, the loan assistance, which we will look at as another opportunity, because Landed has sort of backed off. And so the Silicon Valley Housing Group Foundation would be a good alternative, since they help with down payments. So we're going to investigate that, do our due diligence. So I have their contact information. And then it also was interesting to hear about the ADUs and how you could turn a garage into some other units. So we'll look at all these different options as we continue to work on those. The last thing I just want to say is just publicly thank you to Vargas for presenting. I thought it was a great presentation, just to hear all of the uniqueness over at Vargas. I know I get to see it a lot just personally as I'm headed to and from work, but it was great to hear about the ins and outs of the schools. And then finally, I just want to congratulate all of our teachers. We do have a high bar. I was looking at Mick to see if he wanted to say something, but I know he and we and the union are both aligned in the idea that we want the best teachers possible. And so it's great to see teachers receive tenure, because that means that they've met that bar. And we've worked really hard at making sure that we can retain talent. And I commend you all for doing that work. So it is great to see us retaining more and more talent. And most of those teachers actually started at the tail end of the pandemic and have still been with us. So that's yet another great sign that we're working hard. So just want to give those things out. And then just a reminder, we only do 1 community check-in a month now, as opposed to 2. So there won't be a community check-in tomorrow, but we do have one coming up at the beginning of October.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We'll move on to community comments. This is a time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcomes this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Speakers are requested to complete a speaker card and state their name for the record. If you wish to make a comment, you may do so now. You can raise your hand on Zoom.
Oh, sorry. Just one procedural thing, and I apologize. We were supposed to pull one item off of the consent agenda.
Okay.
I make
So-
a motion to reopen the consent agenda.
Correct. So we need a supermajority. Yes.
All those in
Alternative,
favor?
you Need a supermajority.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, on a motion made by Vice President Conley, seconded by Trustee Lambert, it was approved unanimously to reopen the consent agenda.
Okay. Now that this has been reopened, we just need a majority, but staff would like to pull Guidepost Solutions contract. We believe that we actually can do this internally. So we so this is the third one, but it's Guidepost Solutions LLC. And the contracts, yes.
See 1.3. Okay,
So can I make a motion?
please.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, pulling the Guidepost Solutions LLC contract and approving the rest.
My second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let the record reflect on a motion made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Lambert. We have approved the consent agenda, but we have pulled item one, the what is it? Guidepoint Solutions contracts under contracts, item C.
Correct. I just for the public's clarification, we actually have staff that are working on this internally. And so we believe that we don't need to have the contract in order for us to do this. And so this is just a way for us to save some money. And in the event that we can't do it, but we have been doing it. So I don't think that this is the case. In the event that we can't, we can always bring this back. But right now, staff believes that they can do this internally. And so I believe let's let them do it.
Okay, understood. So we'll go back to community comments. If you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand on Zoom. If you are joining us in person, you can complete a speaker card. We have two individuals joining us on Zoom. Dr. Rudolph, do you mind naming the first person whose hand is up? I'm having a little trouble with.
We have Miss O'Brien, and then it looks like Miss Al-Guerreri Ludwig. So Britt, I'll just use first name, so I don't want to make any assumptions. So Brittany O'Brien and Camilla Al-Guerreri Ludwig is the second one.
Okay. Brittany O'Brien, we're going to put a timer up for 3 minutes. And you have 3 minutes for your public comment.
All right, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, board members and Dr. Rudolph. My name is Brittany O'Brien, and I have served as an elementary STEAM TOSA for the last 5 years across 3 different schools, Castro, Therakoff, and now AMI. I've had the privilege of directly instructing over 1,000 students, maintained relationships with over hundreds of families here in the community, and maintained relationships with over 50 teachers in the community. My professional evaluations have been exemplary, and my most recent success and accomplishment is that 80% of 5th grade students, about 80%, have received a 3 or 4 on their CAS science test, with almost 50% receiving a 4. When I'm not teaching, I am a high school rowing coach, and I founded a STEM program serving at-risk middle school students in Redwood City. I've dedicated my life to education and worked really hard, also being a former foster youth myself and alternative ed graduate. I am appealing to the board tonight to give a teacher's perspective. In July, with the support of many principals, colleagues, and mentors, I was given the opportunity to work as an accelerated learning coordinator at the Santa Clara County Office of Education, a dream of mine. And to work with the former Mountain View Wisman School District employee, Barbara O'Brien, now Flores, to help our county heal from COVID learning loss and to empower teachers to find the strengths and goodness in our youth. Eventually, this would be a profession that I would like to do for the rest of my career. And it would be a promotion that I believe would be welcomed by our organization. 5 weeks before direct instruction with students, I told the district that I was looking to pursue this job and resign. And I was told that I was unable to resign at the time. And with patience and support of the assistant superintendent of the county, there was a common understanding that if we could hire a teacher, I'd be released. It's been 2 months and I've been waiting for release. And the county also shares that this rarely happens, if ever, that employees don't get released for promotion. I've been also told that if I resign, there would be a petition to suspend my credential, which really scares and saddens me. So I've worked really hard. I'm appealing to the board that there's a good faith effort to hiring, a teacher, a TOSA, and that there's a peaceful transition, and asking for my release in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more speaker.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Oh, thank you. Yes. Can you
Hi.
start the timer? Go ahead.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Rudolph. I'm Kamala Algeri Ludwig, a current 4th grade teacher at AMI Elementary, who's been working for the district for 7 years. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Brittany O'Brien, who you just heard from. And I'm also sharing this letter with you on behalf of myself and the other 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers at my school site. Out of all the STEAM teachers that have taught at MI over my 7 years, I can confidently say that Brittany has been the most influential of all of them. My students have always been excited to go to STEAM with her, and she's also personally helped me in so many ways with her flexibility and adaptability and all of her creativity. As you now know, as you heard from Brittany, she's received a wonderful offer to work at the County Office of Education and, get to take part in this wonderful promotion. Brittany was highly recommended for this position, as she stated, and including, our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers at MI. Our staff will unanimously agree that we will greatly miss Brittany, and selfishly that we would love to have her stay, but we all know what a powerful opportunity this is for her, and we really want to support her journey. We were extremely surprised to hear about the fight Brittany has had to put up in order to be released from her current positions. It's shocking and very sad that the district would fight against her when she's been presented with such a wonderful opportunity. It's heartbreaking to know that her livelihood as an educator has been threatened when she's dedicated so much of her, educational career to students and 5 years here at the district. I can't understand how Brittany isn't being held in the highest regard by the district. And it really makes me feel like the district does not see Brittany worthy as an educator. I just find it to be very telling how they see and value myself and other educators as well. And I can't understand how a school district wouldn't allow an educator to grow and achieve their dreams. I think Brittany's situation also sheds light on a larger problem at hand. She mentioned that it's important to know how, the teacher's perspective and other employees' perspectives. And, I know the district, they send us out surveys and things like that, but I would like to suggest that the board maybe find a way to survey staff that doesn't include the support of the district. So you can all receive direct, unbiased, and firsthand information on how teachers and employees are feeling. So everyone can have a better idea of how we feel about the work climate here in the district. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you very much for your comments tonight. We will now move on to review and discussion. Item A, possible JUA agreements. Dr. Rudolph, you have a presentation for us tonight, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Give me 1 second. All right, so I'm going to talk about the joint use agreement. This came up in a city council meeting last week. I want to provide some updates and just want to publicly state that this presentation has actually been altered a little bit. I want to thank Ms. Lowe, who is the legal counsel of the city, who sent us some additional information in terms of where the indemnification language listed. I think all of us will agree that, you know, improving communication will go a long way for all of us, and both the city as well as Mountain View Wisman have had turnover in legal staff in terms of the negotiations, especially considering the length of time. So her information wasn't valuable, so I did edit that to remove the fact that the language wasn't there. It isn't in our master copy, but I take what she says as face value. She provided email exchanges between her and previous legal counsel. And so I just want to publicly thank her for that. And at the same time, just, you know, we'll correct the record online. It'll be an additional attachment. So Ms. Lowe, thank you for sending that information over here. And I want to just talk a little bit about the joint use agreement. So obviously this agreement has been taking place since 1959. I'm going to fly through some of this so that we can just get to the meat of it. But what it allows both the city as well as the school district to do is to use of the fields after hours for the general public. But more importantly, or as we heard at City Council, it also allows volunteer sports, youth sports leagues to rent the fields at a really low cost. And so we've been at this at our negotiations since 2017. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know who that was that just walked into our building. Okay, all right, okay, sorry. So now we've been at this since 2017, and there are two issues which now appear to be pretty much resolved, which actually would limit the amount of negotiations that we need to have, which I think is a really good thing. And so I just want to go through what those are. One of the first things I will say is that we did, after the meeting, look towards best practices, and we stumbled right next door in Sunnyvale and noticed that they actually have a joint use agreement, and it's a little bit different than ours in terms of the language within the agreement, but it does give us a path forward and sort of helps us to clearly identify where the opportunities of growth lie for both organizations, but also considering that the city has stated that they plan on not only indemnifying the school district, but also adhering to the Civic Center Act, it makes this work a lot easier. So I just want to present how that looks and then get some direction from the board. So the first one is that, and this is the edit, the city presented language at the September 12th council meeting that appears to mirror Sunnyvale. We are amenable to that, and we will ask if the board is amenable. But our recommendation to the board is that you direct legal counsel to add the indemnification language to be captured in the final master agreement that will be brought back to both entities for ratification. And so this is an example. It actually mirrors pretty much what we saw in City Council's meeting, which is basically, it allows for both entities to sort of indemnify each other. I think the language is very, very strong on both halves. And obviously we see this right next door with absolutely no issue. So it doesn't make any sense for us to debate whether or not it's there. But I think it is key is that we all are working off of the same document and that we can capture it effectively. The second one is the Civic Center Act, and there were specific questions about how can we make sure that we adhere to this, because this is really the final hurdle. So the Civic Center Act governs what fees, if any, should be charged, and how school districts can not only prioritize various groups, but also how districts rent facilities in a fair and equitable process. So both, at least and we'll get board approval. But my sense of this is that both city council as well as city staff indicated that they have no intent of violating the Civic Center Act, but express a desire to explain, to understand how they can be more compliant. So we looked at, there's a couple issues with, and these are our recommendations because these are city policies, there are a couple areas in H-7, which was attached in the board packet. This was actually passed in 2012 prior to the Civic Center Act. So these are just updates that we think if these are made, will bring everybody in line. And these are minor changes I think that would actually make work, and I'll sort of go through. So the first one is that the city of Mountain View calls recognized groups, and they have a set of criteria that they currently use, which can be viewed a little bit as subjective. So for instance, they talk about growth over 3 years' time. They talk about if they've went through a leadership change and a couple other things. And so, and the second part of this is that it's the codification of how the field rental process actually takes place. So it provides more transparency. I actually believe that city staff has a process in place, but I think it's just a matter of codifying that in their actual policy so that there's no question about whether and what people need to do at any given point in time. So in Mountain View, according to H-7, this is the criteria it requires in order to become a recognized group. I will also say, like, ultimately this is city policy, so we don't really have the jurisdiction, but I would recommend for, my recommendation would be for the city to grandfather all of their current recognized groups in, and then create an objective criteria moving forward for any new groups. So that resolves the issue of a previous soccer team that was already recognized having any issues, and creates a pathway for another group to become a verified group. And I'm going to show you what the verified group goes through. So the city of Sunnyvale really just sort of has a nonprofit verification. They look at 51% of the overall percentage of residents, and board members are Sunnyvale residents. Then they talk about the addresses submitted for the application process, and proof of nonprofit status is required. So it's actually pretty similar. The difference though is just that, I know it seems technical, but it's about clarity of what the process is to avoid any legal challenges for both groups. And this policy from Sunnyvale was actually updated this year. So we can assume that it meets the muster for the Civic Center Act. The second one is the field allocation process. So currently what it says is the athletic field coordinator will go in order using a ranking determined by the application process. That's actually not, you can rank different groups. So Sunnyvale does something similar. The difference though is how you state what the process looks like, right? And so this one is not as specific in terms of what the process actually looks like. And so all we're simply saying is that a possible update here is to provide what the field draw process is, but also to provide what the process is for two groups to sort of negotiate how field use takes place. But it still preserves the opportunity for the city fields coordinator to use their good judgment, which I believe is actually what the city field are. And I don't know if we call our city field coordinator, if that's the name of their title, but it still provides them with the opportunity to help make the selection, right? So again, this is really about just updating the policy, clarifying what the process is. Both organizations, both policies actually provide the dates, but Sunnyvale also provides a date for the first group, which are the verified, and then they provide dates for the non-verified who can register to use the fields a little bit after. That clarity opens things up drastically and allows for us, at least in my interpretation and in talking with legal counsel, actually provides the cover for both organizations when it comes to the Civic Center Act. And there's a lot of legal precedents, although it's a little bit on the loose side, but like Lamb's Chapel dealt with, although it was a religious group, it focused in on the notion of if you allow one group to do one thing, you have to allow a similar group to do something else, right? So we just want to get ourselves out of that position where somebody could legally challenge us to move forward in this regard. So what are the next steps? There's a couple things that the board actually needs to do. So the first one is that you actually need to adopt a policy for the use of the joint use agreement. So we included that in here, a sample policy from CSBA, which is policy 1330.1A. So that authorizes or gives the acceptance, the agreement about the joint use. The second one is that, and I think this is where some of the stickiness has sort of come in. So if you look at the Sunnyvale process, it is the Board of Trustees who actually determined what the rental state process is. In their actual joint use agreement, they have a little bit clearer language in terms of who takes care of it. I think that's, if we don't have to get into that regard, that's fine. But the Board of Trustees are the ones who set the fee structure for their fields. It is understood that you are allowing the city to maintain the fields, and that they're covering the costs, and that they're collecting the rental fees. You just need to update that in your actual policy so that update that the rental rates so that it's reflected in that regard. And Sunnyvale has a similar process where they simply point out what the rates are, and then they also refer you over to the city of Sunnyvale. And then the final thing is to authorize legal to finalize the following items. And again, this doesn't require for any back and forth. I think both the city made an eloquent argument that they were tired of negotiating. And I would say, as somebody who has been negotiating since 2017, even though I haven't been sitting on a negotiating team, I would think that we're a little battle weary also in terms of going the back and forth. And so we all agree that the indemnification clause is acceptable in both parties. Let that be the only thing that we actually add to the agreement. And then the other part was what was missing, at least in the copy that we had, was the relevant site maps. Allow that attachment to come in. And then also send a recommendation over to City Council to include an updated H-7 policy and include that as an attachment to the actual agreement. So the questions that staff has for the board, does the board wish to continue with the joint use agreement with the city of Mountain View? The second question is the board amenable to including the updated indemnification language. And finally, does the board authorize Mountain View Westman Legal Counsel, which has changed. So Phil Henderson is now, as Nancy has left, Phil Henderson has picked it up to work with Jennifer Logue, who is the city's counsel, to finalize the agreement and bring back a final version for ratification prior to the end of year deadline that was provided by the city.
Thank you for that information. Trustees, are there any clarifying questions? Trustee
Yes.
Blakely.
Oh, sorry. So in that, the CSBA proposed policy 1330.1A, there were 3 different options that were highlighted in terms of charges. Were you asking us to approve that this evening?
No, ma'am. What I'm simply saying is that as part of the next steps, when we bring back the joint use agreement, is we will also bring back an updated policy, which will include the fee rate structure that you will approve also.
And that could be one of these options, but with the fee rate structure that the city is comfortable with?
Correct. Well,
If
yeah.
we're comfortable with it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And to be honest, to credit to a community member who actually filled out most of the spreadsheet for us. So we can utilize that spreadsheet to find, there's a couple missing items that we would need to input. We can work with city staff to get whatever those missing items are and then finalize the calculation. The spreadsheet is used for you to determine the maximum allowable rate. However, both entities, because I know trustees have asked me about this too, this body is the governing body in terms of the rates that are charged. So you need to determine if you plan on charging anything, and you can set that, right? So you can make the determination of what that looks like. Or you can do like Sunnyvale did, which is you say, here are the rates for these particular things. But when it comes to the rates for these other ones, as part of the joint use agreement, we are allowing the city to determine the rates. But you have to make that determination. It is not for any other entity to make this.
Thank you. I was just unclear about that. So there's two scenarios, I think, where you have to charge your direct cost. And that would really be the only time where that comes up. So
Correct.
Okay.
The,
in the
correct.
statute. Thank you.
Trustee Jane, did you have a question?
Yes. Related to that, so if we use that language about the fee structure, is it saying that we'll be setting a maximum rate, but the city has the authority to charge less than that? Is that what we're saying?
So I like to cover all of our bases, and the Civic Center Act requires for you to make a determination of what your maximum rate would be. As a board, you do not have to choose to do that. We are just doing the calculation to make sure that we've covered our bases, but you would be determining the rate. And yes, you can, as a third party, so let's assume that they're like Facilitron, they're a third party facilitator. You can allow them to set the rates, provided that they're covering the cost. So yes, this is technical, this is
So
legal.
they don't cover, my understanding, right? So right now, the city sets the rates for community use of the fields, right? And when they set a rate, they are not paying the difference, right? Like they're not. So are you asking the board to ask the city to, if they lower the rates, that they need to pay us for the difference?
No, what I am simply stating is that as part of the joint use agreement, the city is stating that they plan on maintaining the fields.
Mhm.
As a result of that, they want to charge, and I don't have the rates in front of me, but let's say they want to charge $5 an hour.
Mhm.
You're saying because they are incurring the cost, that you are amenable to them charging $5 an hour because they are covering the cost of maintaining the fields. Otherwise, you would then need to make a determination of what the rate is. And even then, you don't have to charge. You can say, yes, we're just going to lose money on maintaining the fields and we're just going to charge $5. But by agreeing to the joint use agreement, by passing the joint use agreement policy, by setting your rates and identifying that the city will charge these rates, and within that joint use agreement is that they will manage the fields at their cost, you can, and as a result of that, you're allowing them to charge a rate that is reflective of it. Everything is perfectly fine.
So in this successor JUA, we are not, if the city can set rates, they can have the existing rates, the existing rates the community is having right now. And the city, in this successor JUA, the city is not taking on any additional cost, having to like kick back money to the district for this.
Correct.
And then the enrollment system that the city currently uses with community organizations can continue. We're not seeking to roll them over to our, like, our Facilitron that we use for our MURs. We're not seeking, this successor JUA is not changing how community organizations currently rent our fields.
Correct, because, well, yes and no, and I'll just provide the clarification. Facilitron does allow for the rental of fields, provided that it is not within the hours that the city's joint use agreement, that the city and the school district's joint use agreement is in effect. So, which pretty much means you really can't rent the field. But so what this agreement does is that, yes, the field will show up in Facilitron, but it doesn't mean that you can rent it after 4 o'clock. It just means that it's there because Facilitron, like any database, just captures everything.
And may we, just not to confuse the public on renting the fields after school hours, because no one's really renting school fields during school hours. Can we turn off the public field for, as a member of the public, I think it'd be, or well, can we turn off so the fields don't show up as rentable during school hours, which is not
Correct. Yes, we can do that. And then we also, as part of the update, you would point, just similar to what Sunnyvale Elementary School District does, you point field usage rentals back to the city. And you state that they are your third party administrator for renting fields. And here's the criteria that they use in order to become a verified or recognized, whichever language they choose to use. And here's the field rental process that they particularly have.
And last question, I know we haven't received like a, formal language from the city. In their meeting, they said when it came to identification, they stated that to the maximum extent possible under state law, to our model that we're looking at from Sunnyvale, is there any material difference? Is there any material difference that end up like kind of throwing us back into negotiation between the draft language that we're showing them from our nearby city and what they said at the meeting? Like, is there anything like, I'm trying to say, is there daylight between this? Of like, they said this is their last offer and we are just giving some draft language, but are they the same?
So what I am proposing is agrees with what the city says with a distinct difference. The city stated that they really didn't want to continue negotiations about the joint use agreement. What I am saying is that the only thing, if we agreed on the indemnification language, which, Attorney Logue has says we have. So I'm gonna take that as, yes, we agreed. And even then, I looked at the language, was like, that looks really good. But if that language is already agreed to, and they agreed to follow the Civic Center Act, then both organizations can agree that there's no need for any negotiations. It is just a matter of updating the final language so that we are all working from the same document, so that there's no questions and there's no need for any more back and forth or any ultimatums or any, here's what needs to change, here's what needs to happen. It is a simple, we all agree on the points. Here's how we think we can resolve the Civic Center Act. Whether or not the city changes their policy is up to them. However, they have agreed to not only indemnify us, but they have also agreed to adhere to the Civic Center Act. And I believe that that covers everything, all the bases.
And one last question, and thank you so much. At the city council meeting, there was a city council said that the school district made a public information request for information on how the city was expense reports on the fields. Did the school district seek a public information request on field expenses for the fields?
No, sir, we didn't. We did request the information to fill out the spreadsheet, but we have never sent us a Public Records Act request within that regard.
Thank you.
Trustee Lambert.
Sorry to bring this up again. I'm still somewhat confused about the fee setting arrangement. So as you just said, it's up to the board to set the fees. But
That's correct.
also, according to this draft GUA, the city would collect the fee. The city would do the maintenance. They would bear the cost of the maintenance. Then they would collect the fees, presumably to offset their costs. Doesn't it make more sense for the city to set the fees so they can determine what costs they want to recover? Or if it's, it sounds like it's also legally necessary that the board set the fees, that we basically approve a set of fees that they propose.
You could do it both ways. You could have the city, if they update their fee structure on an annual basis.
Yeah.
You could have them send over that fee structure and you can, and technically this is probably good practice.
Yes.
And then we would update our rental fee structure on an annual basis based off of what the city plans on
Right.
charging.
Um,
I think
that makes very, very good sense to me.
Okay.
Another question I have is, it's my understanding, and it doesn't really matter the exact amount, but it costs the city about $1.5 million to maintain the fields. It's also my understanding that the school district bears some costs associated with maintaining the fields. Could you tell me approximately what those costs are and what they are for?
So some of the cost, and I don't know if Dr. Westover is in, I don't think, I see her, but she's, if we could co-host her, I see her on there. So some of the costs that we have actually, so there are technically 4 different joint use agreements. And each one does something different. So there are 2 for the sports centers, 1 for Wissman and 1 for the, and I get the, I think the Wissman one is actually the Mountain View one, or the one over at Crittenden, and then there's 1 for the one at Graham. And then there was because these agreements predate this district.
Right.
And then there's the Wissman schools, and then there are the Mountain View schools. So this agreement would fold in pretty much all of the schools, with the exception of the 2 sports pavilions. The 2 sports pavilions actually function, they're joint owned, and they function within their own set of rules. And between the 2 sports pavilions, there are different terms and agreements. So for instance, in one of them, I think it's the one at Graham, you actually have to have a joint use agreement in order to rent it out.
Mhm.
And the Crittenden one, it's already defined what it looks like. And Dr. Westover can always chime in. So I believe it is the Wissman one, Crittenden, where it is a joint fee structure. And in the Graham one, because that is where the tank is, that they cover all costs without any regard. We send in the work orders, they get those done.
Mhm.
So for instance, we just received a bill from the city. I think it was for like $400-something thousand, and that covers the maintenance, the administrative fee that they charge, and some other things that take place. We've been doing a lot of work. But at the Graham site, they're currently replacing the roof. That's on them because it was leaking. The
So-
secondary, just.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Westover.
I think specifically for the joint use agreement for the fields, the school district covers the cost of maintaining the trees and as well as any of the bushes or weeds that grow around the field. So the city takes on the mowing and the irrigation of the grass itself, but anything around that area is the school district's responsibility, as well as some of the trash collection.
Isn't there, how about the lighting at Crittenden, for example?
So a good question. Historically, the lighting at Crittenden was paid for by the district. So the lighting has only been used by the public until recently. So we're awaiting a check from the city for the use of the lights. But historically, it's been covered by the district.
Just give me a rough ballpark figure of what it costs the district to maintain these fields.
Rough
Or
ballpark. I know the power bill was about $70,000. Manpower for weeds and trash collection, I would estimate roughly maybe a couple $100,000.
a couple of $100,000.
Correct.
Do we expect to recover our costs for that as part of the JUA?
For the PG&E bill at Crittenden, yes. For the other costs, no.
And it's question then to Dr. Rudolph or to you too. So is that included in this agreement? A mechanism whereby we get paid for our cost. Right now, what I've read, it's the city is charging the sports team and receiving the funds. How are we getting recovering this $200,000?
No.
Sorry to make it complicated.
No, so the joint use agreement is business as usual. And so in the spirit of not reopening negotiations, we leave it as business as usual, considering that they are willing to indemnify and comply with the Civic Center Act and pay the additional costs that are incurred for things like that. It'll also bring the Vargas Field online. And I think both city staff will have to figure out this is used by the public a lot right now. They'll have to figure out how to manage that.
That's good. I'm satisfied with that answer. It's good to get it transparent here. Thank you.
With respect to the Vargas Field, I know the understanding historically had been that the city would reimburse for the cost of the installation of the turf for that field. So that'll get picked up, kind of grandfathered or whatever, that would be part of finalizing this.
Yeah, so originally, since I've been here long enough, that's actually how this agreement, how the impetus for the renegotiation. So the original joint use agreement was ending and Slater Field came offline. And then we made all these adjustments. And then there was a debate about whether or not the Vargas Field was going to come online because technically it wasn't captured within the joint use agreement. And so the city has stated that once at least the last I've heard, that once the joint use agreement has been finalized and Vargas comes online, that they would cover the cost. I believe, and Dr. Westover can confirm, I think we may have already written the cost off because it became an audit exemption for several years for us. But we would gladly accept the payment. I think they did send over notice that they intend on covering the bill.
Okay. Yes, Vice President Conley.
I know we keep coming back to this fee structure. We could do the one suggestion, which is having the city annually update us on their fee structure and then we adopt it as our own. Or we could have language that says we defer to the city's fee structure.
Both are acceptable as long as you outline it in the policy.
So if we say that we defer to their structure, do we have to list their fees? Or do we just say we defer to their fees, go to their website?
You would make a determination on what your fees are for every other area except for the fields.
Okay, so for the fields, we wouldn't even have to list the fees. We would say for these fields, the fee structure, we refer you to our third-party administrator
Correct.
for the fee structure.
Correct.
I lean towards that because it's so simple and we don't have to keep going back and forth about it every year.
Correct. But you would need to periodically update your rental rates if you decide, like for the MURs.
There are other
else
facilities. Well,
based
I
off
mean,
of
that's
those, yeah.
best practice. We need to be doing it anyways, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I'm going to take public comment on this. If you are a member of the public and wish to comment, you may fill out a speaker card in person, or you may raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, we have one speaker here in person. We'll put the clock up. Let's turn on let's give Council Member Pat Showalter here. And then we have one more comment online as well after this.
Okay, hi, I'm Pat Showalter, Vice Mayor of the City of Mountain View. And I would just like to tell you that we would appreciate your taking this action. We think that people of Mountain View expect us to work together and provide them with open space. We feel that that is a very important value in our community. And I think you feel that way too. And this is a way to provide the use of the open space sort of seamlessly to our community. So I urge you to do that. And we'll be moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being here tonight. And we have one more comment online. And you may unmute yourself. Sorry, I'm having trouble seeing.
Hi, I believe I'm unmuted.
Great, yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, President Berman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Audrey Seymour Ramberg, and I am an Assistant City Manager for the City of Mountain View. And I'm here in follow-up to the City Council's consideration of the joint use agreement on September 12th. And at that meeting, the council directed city staff to terminate the JUA unless it was possible to reach agreement with the board by December 31st on a successor agreement with terms and conditions proposed by the city. And I'm hearing great progress in that direction. The city attorney is preparing this document and will provide it to the district soon. To confirm what the city attorney presented at the September 12th meeting, this agreement will, of course, include language addressing both indemnification and compliance with the Civic Center Act, just as the prior drafts circulated between the parties have done. I'd like to thank Superintendent Rudolph for acknowledging that the indemnification language presented publicly by the city attorney on September 12th is the same language that had been in the drafts circulated by the parties previously. I'd also like to confirm the city has consistently asserted its firm intention to comply with the Civic Center Act and the belief that the city has, in fact, been in compliance. Finally, I'd like to note other terms and conditions that were part of the City Council's direction on September 12th, which were to ask that the school district publicly recognize the city as a partner, including on school field signs, and to involve the city in a meaningful way on district changes to school fields. That concludes my comments. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to trustee final comments, and we're going to make sure, can we put those questions back up, right? We want to make sure we give really clear direction here. Yes, trustee Chang.
Thank you. I fully support us continuing. I guess this is a successor JUA and supporting this successor joint use agreement. When I look at this, this is for just kind of input for staff on both sides. The Sunnyvale agreement, there's a lot to like about it. That it's the same as what the city is asking for, but it puts it in words. And just for clarification on, so on the indemnification, the Sunnyvale agreement says that the city shall indemnify the district for negligence on its part, and it says the district shall hold the city harmless when there's negligence on the district part, right? Like this idea of like we weren't so far apart. So like I think that I think support. I think the Sunnyvale is good language, but if there's some disagreement with the Sunnyvale language, I think that I know that whatever language the city and the school agree, I think we're in the same place. The Sunnyvale agreement does say something interesting about the fee structures, right? I think that we should consider looking at. I think that simplifies this process. In the Sunnyvale's joint use agreement, it says that the city shall be responsible for administering facility reservation for public use for the open space areas. The city shall be solely responsible for determining the priority use system, as well as fees charged for public or organized groups for use for those open areas during such times that the city controls them. Such fees shall be required to conform to all applicable rules, regulations, and ordinances governing school grounds. That's all they say. All they say is this idea that the city can do the reservations, they can charge the fees, and they have to comply with the laws. And when I point that out is, I would prefer that what we tell the city on how we interpret the Civic Center Act is advice for them, but the language that we're seeking is what they already said. They wish to comply. And we're saying that, but we're not telling. Like I want to get us away from the scene where we make accusations that they aren't complying. I want to get us away from that. I want to get away with that. We are demanding that they comply based on and I respect our interpretation, I respect theirs, but I'd like us to move on. And the Sunnyvale says, just you can do what we've already been doing for decades in Mountain View. And so when we give them advice on the Civic Center Act, I hope that it's like, here's advice. You want to comply, here's some suggestions because this is our field of law. But we're not demanding you have to do it our way. We're not demanding you have to do it our way. I very much appreciate what they were saying about the signage. I look forward to updating the signage. I think that it's such a beautiful thing to continue to remind people of this partnership. I recognize also, it's interesting when I was in Sunnyvale, I was looking at Sunnyvale that in their joint use parks, they have fences around them. Just putting that out there. But I do think that in addition to signage, I really hope that we can look forward to working with the city and talking with the city how we can improve public access, because I would say that there's more we can do. A joint use agreement is valuable to the city if residents are using it. And if residents see it as after 4 p.m. and on the weekends and the summers, this is a community space. This is as much theirs. It's not, it's, you know, it's their park. And we could be okay saying that after school hours and in the summers, these are parks. And because we are working together. And I think a part of that should be, in addition to signage, us working with the city on getting their wisdom and feedback on how can we improve wayfinding, how can we improve, you know, maybe even some entry waypoints. I think that there's a lot we can do there so that we can increase attendance, because one thing I loved about Mount View Wisman is that there are cities around us, particularly in Redwood City, where after the pandemic, they have not opened up their school doors. Redwood City has a joint use agreement, much like Sunnyvale and us. But in reality, at this moment, if you go to one of the schools, and if you have one of the most disadvantaged communities is Taft Elementary, where there's no open parks. If you go to Taft Elementary, and you go on the weekend, or you go in the summer, or you go after school, the doors are locked. The school is empty, and that's and we have always opened access. So like, I think that's something that I appreciate that, you know, like we've always been open, but let's do more about wayfinding. Let's do more about multilingual signs, and let's clarify the city's role in this, because I want to recognize that the city's been a great partner. Like they do a great job maintaining our fields. They take on the expenses of it. I appreciate them, and I think they appreciate using our space too. The residents appreciate it. And we just, the last part here is that we in Monte Loma, that option, we've opened up 3+ acres for all day use, which is a new field for us, a new option. In many communities, that's something that the city should be able to publish as a park, right? Like as they're looking at their master use plan their park strategy, since now 3 acres of Monte Loma is officially available for during school hour use. I recognize that they say they wish they were more part of it, but let's get them a part of it now. Let's like work with them about the Monte Loma space and say, you have a strategy for Monte Loma. We just committed to all day use, which is a new thing, right? Because like all day use wasn't ever codified, but now it is. I hope that we can work with the city so that they can now use that as park space in a formal way. So because that's a win for them as it is for something that we were proud to provide.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Yes, Trustee Blakely.
In response to the questions, yes, I wish to continue the joint use agreement with the city. I think it works better for all of the folks in our community to have the city manage it, especially for the youth sports, which is about so much more than just sports. Is the board amenable to including the updated indemnification language, which mirrors Sunnyvale's? Yes. Does the board authorize Mountain View Wisman legal counsel to finalize the agreement and bring back a final version for ratification prior to the end of year deadline provided by the city? Yes, I'd love it to be much sooner than the end of the year. If we can possibly get this done in October, I would be thrilled. And just to Trustee Chang's point about the Monte Loma field, we had talked that the school would still have priority if they wanted to use that field that's outside of the fence for like special events or walkathons or that sort of thing. So I leave the semantics to others, but I just want to note that land, despite the fact that we're making it available by the way that we're configuring the fence, is that the school would still have priority to use it. We don't anticipate that being every day, but we would have the priority during the school day. So thank you.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Lambert.
Okay. I'm fine generally with the this proposed JUA. I think that the Civic Center Act reads very clearly on its face. And the indemnification is, pretty much standard contract language. Um, and scheduling can be worked out. However, I think there's a couple of clauses in this contract that are missing that are really critical to both the city's interest, the district's interest, and more importantly, the public. And it involves the accessibility to parks. Just let me read a couple of recitals to give some background here. So this is off of the JUA, proposed draft JUA. Whereas Education Code Section 10900 authorizes cities and public school districts to cooperate with one another for the purpose of authorizing, promoting, and conducting programs of community recreation that will contribute to general recreation and educational objectives for children and adults of the state. And I'm skipping down a few clauses to district and city desire to enter into this agreement to provide for the continued joint use of the recreational areas for public playground, public restroom, and public park and recreation uses, as further detailed herein below. You read through this joint use agreement, really what it's about is maintenance of the fields and scheduling of the recreational facilities. It does nothing to ensure that the public will have continued access to this park space during the proposed 25-year term of the agreement. And, I go back to, I'll look at the termination clause 17. It says termination of this agreement may be for convenience or cause as specified below. Additionally, the party's right to terminate this agreement may be exercised as to a particular school site or recreational area or any combination of school sites or recreational areas. In termination convenience, the terms are that either party may terminate this agreement by written notification 1 year prior to the effective date of the termination. Neither party shall be required to provide just cause for termination in the written notification. So really what this means is that the district or the city can decide to terminate this joint use agreement at any particular school site or all school sites within 1 year notice. Yet we have a 25-year term for this contract. If I'm sitting here as a resident, wondering whether I'm going to be able to use Therakov Field next year, I really don't know. 25 years is a long time. We've seen how Mountain View has changed over those years. The district will have several needs to expand its property, its facilities, and it's a lot less expensive to expand horizontally than it is to grow vertically. So I think we can expect that over 25 years, there will be continued needs and continued pressure to build on the existing park space. But there's nothing in here to protect that from happening. In fact, the way this is written, it's fairly simple to do. And then let's look at how Sunnyvale does it. Sunnyvale in section 3, improvements to school sites, basically points out that they expect that there's going to be changes in master plans. They expect that there will be need to try to encroach on on the park space. And although there's not a lot of teeth in it, at least it provides, requires the two parties, the school district and the city, to work together to try to find alternative solutions rather than build on the park space. And in fact, it's a shocking requirement here that if the district, let's say, needs 5,000 square feet of parkland, it has to be approved by the city council as members of the joint use agreement. And just to put that into context, Montaloma Field, soccer field, and the baseball diamond is about 130,000 square feet. So 5,000 square feet is a really small area. That could be, according to the Sunnyvale plan, could be vetoed by the city council. But, let's sort of think about how this would work is that with growth happening in Mountain View, at some point, the school district may have need to expand its property. Sure, you can move horizontally, or maybe for twice the cost, you could expand vertically and save the open space. And right now, the school district would bear that extra cost of construction to preserve the parks and open space for the entire community. I would like, and I wish I had a suggestion, but I would like to see the city as a member and a collaborator in a joint use agreement also share some of those costs of preserving the park and open space. Quite frankly, it's probably less expensive, sort of working with the school district to expand its facilities rather than to buy new park and open space that is going to be really expensive and very difficult to come by in the future. So what I'm doing is really thinking of the public access here. I don't want a situation, any community to go through what the Monte Loma neighborhood went through when that parks and open space was going to be restricted access to the public. And then the public approached the city asking them for help, saying, well, you have a sign out front that says, Monte Loma Park. And most of the residents thought that was city property, or at least, if nothing else, the city would defend their right to access to it. And it was quite a shock when then Attorney Chopra during a meeting stood up and said, no, this is school district property. And the city has no legal right to do anything. The school district can go ahead and do whatever it wants. We need to have a joint use agreement that, in my opinion, requires the city to bear some of the responsibility for and quite frankly, you have to say the financial costs of maintaining the parks and open space of the school district property during the life of this agreement. And yeah, I wish I thought a lot about a solution, but maybe there's more clever people than I that can come up and provide something more than just having us be able to talk with each other and try to work this out. So I'd like to see a mechanism.
Vice President Conley.
Thank you, President Berman. Before we go on, I just want to clarify for myself where people were on the questions because we're giving direction. Trustee Blakely, you were yes to all three questions. Trustee Chang.
Yes, but I did have some follow-up question, but yeah, essentially.
You were yes to the three questions though?
Actually, I want to hear more from the board. I mean,
Okay.
I haven't heard from trustees, so I actually would like to hear that before we do a straw poll.
I'm just trying to understand where things are right now. Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, the first question, does the board wish to continue the joint use agreement with the city of Mountain View? I wish to continue it, but I need to see some kind of clauses there that enable the public to.
So you may be a no on question 3.
At right now, yeah.
Okay.
Right, with this draft agreement, yes.
Okay.
As it
And
is.
then-
And indemnification language is fine.
Okay. So yes to the first 2 and no to the third. I am yes on all questions. I think, we are elected officials who are here to serve public trust and to serve our community. And it's in the interest of our community and both agencies to partner together and to, these open spaces are wonderful and they're rare and it's hard to come by more. We know this is an ongoing issue in our community. So I'm really glad that the agencies are finding a solution that preserves this access, but also this agreement for the future. I think there's plenty of areas for collaboration in the future. I don't want to rock the boat, and we are not in a negotiation setting right now. So I don't think we have I don't think now is the time to try and change things based on the draft that we already have. But I think we could always be open to further collaboration or amendments in the future. This is a 25-year agreement, so that leaves us a lot of time to improve upon it. Yeah, we're focused on finding a solution for our community. And I think this is a good one. Thank you.
Trustee Chang.
I had a question. I'm sorry, I didn't see it in the question section. The draft contract, it states hours that are different from what that we have publicly said to the public recently. Here it says like sunrise, sunset, and it says like 6 a.m., things like that. The Sunnyvale thing is like very consistent with what we've been saying to the public, which is, like the set start time. And Sunnyvale's it's 8 to 4. I know I forget the language we've said in our community meetings. I know it ends at 4 p.m. Like this is 7:30 to 4. Will the draft that we're sending the city have a uniform 7:30 to 4 in the contract language, or is it using this? Because like what's in the draft document here does not align with what we've been saying publicly.
So considering that we're not sure who has the last version of the document, I understand what city staff is saying, that they want to issue changes to the document. What I'm stating, or our position is, that wherever the last document is, that we look at it, we figure out what the copy is, we reconcile it, and that's the copy that we move forward with no changes whatsoever, with a recommendation to city council that they update their policy, and it's up to them to choose.
The tricky part there then is like, we have a draft document on our board packet. We're not sure if that's actually the most current document that's being used for negotiations. Like,
Well, so sorry to interrupt, but negotiations haven't taken place since 2022. So neither negotiating team has met since then. What appears to have happened is that legal counsel has been communicating. However, our legal counsel has a different document than what their legal counsel has. However that happened doesn't really bother me one bit. And so up until today, my assumption was, which is why I changed the presentation, that the language that they shared in the city council meeting met the standard or the mustard that we were looking for. And their agreement to follow the Civic Center Act also met the standard. And so we were actually working off of the document that was listed in the board packet. And so without opening negotiations, which is actually now a question that I have, it was simply, we all agree on the terms. We have the last working document. Make sure the last working document has the updated clause. And in the spirit of what city council said, because they didn't want to negotiate, we don't negotiate. We simply use this document and we move forward. However, today, we found out that there may be another document just based off of the email exchanges that were sent in. And so we need to find that document. But my recommendation isn't to negotiate that document, but is simply, if we said that we agree on all fronts, then why don't we just approve this document and move forward and send the recommendation over?
On the question that Trustee Connolly was asking about, like, do I approve all 3 questions? There's this issue of on our draft document about what hours the parks are available, or what hours the field to be available for community use. I do not believe the city will see it as a contentious issue if we ourselves as a board direct that we want to add to this language of the document to say what we've already been saying to the public. So I would encourage my colleagues here to say, we direct the document to literally say what we've been saying to the public for months now. That's 7:30 to 4. If you look at page 3 of the theme, it is far more complicated what's in the draft language. I think it's confusing and misleading to the public if we keep it this way. So, and I don't think the city would see that as a reopening negotiations. I actually think the city will appreciate that clarified language. So like, I'm all yes for all three questions and I am also I did not seeking to reopen negotiations. Like, I think this is done. I appreciate the city and what they've done. I appreciate our continued agreement together. But I would like us to update the hours language to match what we've been saying to the public for months. With that.
Trustee, Vice President Conley.
Yes, I think I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting until 11:30 p.m.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
On a motion made by Vice President Conley and seconded by Trustee Lambert, we agree unanimously to extend until 11:30.
And then I just wanted to say, I certainly hear what you're saying, Trustee Chang. I don't think most members of the public actually read through the joint use agreement to try and understand when they can access the fields. So I think it's more important in the grand scheme of things that we have really clear signage and really clear communication about the hours that it's available and that consistent messaging. So I'm okay with just moving forward with where we are now. And it sounds like there's a majority on at least the first two questions, and then possibly a majority on the third question, but we haven't heard from President Berman.
Just as we're doing straw polls, I hear one trustee who's saying they don't want to uniform this language to saying to the public. I'd like to hear what our other trustees are saying. We have different hours on different fields in the community. It's been an issue brought up by the community. So do other trustees say they want to stick to the draft language on page 3, or do we want to say what we've been saying, that 7:30 to 4 uniform, which is similar to what Sunnyvale has?
I will share that my answer to all of the questions is yes. I think this joint use agreement is incredibly significant to our community. And I look forward to working in partnership with the city to bring open space and make it accessible to our community after school hours. I hope that the city would be amenable to making that adjustment on the language. I think that the signage is probably where we want to make sure we're really clear with the community. I'm not sure also how much the public will read through the document, but if we're concerned that we're going to be held to the time that's in the joint use agreement, then I would have some reservations, because we have been really public about that 7:30 to 4 o'clock time slot. So we think that we're going to be held to that, because the language is different on the joint use agreement, then I would be concerned. I'd just like to think that we focus more on coming up with the right signage with the right actual accurate times.
I think we're getting into the weeds. I think that things like adjusting the time by half an hour, if that's consistent, will be handled in terms of getting the final draft out. We don't even have a draft to look at now, so I don't know why we're negotiating clauses that we haven't seen. But I'm confident that very minor issues like that will be addressed appropriately. And I'm not in favor. I mean, I understand Trustee Lambert's concerns, but I'm not interested in opening that up now. I think that could be addressed at the time. As Trustee Conley pointed out, if there was a need to add significant classroom space to a particular site, which may come up, we'll address that at the time. It's a 25-year agreement. I think trying to batten down every hatch and nail every little splinter that could pop up now is just not productive.
Trustee Lambert, did you have a comment?
One other, I'd just like to ask the drafting this, just to consider, we have a 25-year term, and it just it occurred to me, I wonder whether this agreement should sort of end or be synchronized with this district master plan or city master plan or some other master plan. Probably, to say the district master plan, just for convenience. And so the information is all there considered at the same time. But then again, it may be too much, but it's just a suggestion.
Vice President Conley.
That's a good point. It's very close actually to matching the parks and open space strategic plan that the city has. So the last one was 2014. And then right now it's being updated for 2024.
It'd be good to just.
So
sort of at the same
it
time.
may, I mean, I'd rather get it signed. But
also-
I think they'll sync up. It'll be like it'll be like 2.5 cycles
You
through.
guys, we had a 5-year plan. We changed it because the state law for the
That's true.
stuff changed to 3-year cycle. So we changed it to 6-year cycle, trying to project out what's going to happen with the state law to make it sync. You know, the master plan could go to 7, it could go to 10, it could come down to 2. I think we're trying to over-engineer this at this point.
Okay, so Superintendent Rudolph, so there were several questions and I just want to make sure everyone's response has been captured.
It has. I just want to get make sure that y'all are comfortable with my stance on this. And I know it may come off as an ultimatum, but it's really not. What I'm arguing is that the biggest concern for the community is whether or not there will be access. And that is clouded by variance in language. Both entities could easily create a successor agreement or make amendments to address signage, name recognition, collaboration in terms of who bears the cost to maintain open space. That what I'm saying is that we don't focus on that. We simply focus on, at some point, we had an agreement that was close. Now both entities have publicly stated that they plan on indemnifying each other and following the Civic Center Act. For the sake of the public, we agreed to terms. Let cooler heads prevail, some time to rest. It's been a long time back and forth between both negotiations team. Open back up for different amendments that can add all this stuff. Because I think what the youth sports teams have stated, what the community has stated, is that they just don't want us fighting. And I think without speaking and putting words in anyone's mouth, I don't think anybody wants to go back and forth with this again. And so while I appreciate what the assistant city manager stated, I think moving forward, my position is, I just want to make sure I'm hearing your direction, because there's also some negotiations put in it. My position is that if we were already that close and we agree to adhere to the Civic Center Act and we agree to indemnify, resolve this issue for the community's sake, and do an amendment to address all these other items, which is more than easy. Otherwise, I think we will send something back to the city. They will say no because we stated our position. They will send something to us. You could possibly say no, and we will be right back where we are now. And the only loser in this position is the community and the youth sports leagues. So I'm fine with adding amendments or making adjustments. Thinking about what Trustee Lambert said, what's the process? I think the process is an amendment or edits to the document that can be captured when both entities have the ability to really dive in and to look at it, as opposed to trying to make that on the fly, in the moment, in a public meeting without all of the information. Because what is clear is that neither entity is acting with all of the information. And I can at least apologize to y'all that I have put y'all in a position where you are forced to make decisions without all acting information. And I believe the city council has also been placed in that position with all information. But somewhere around there, we all agree, yes, Civic Center Act, yes, indemnification, yes, we want access for the community. Since we're there, let's agree to that. Let's amend later.
Vice President Conley.
Yeah, just to clarify, I mean, on the first 2 questions, there's unanimous yes from the board. On the third question, there are 3 yes votes or directions from Trustee Blakely, myself, and President Berman, in which case there's a clear majority on that. So I think we don't even have to talk about amendments right now. Like
Correct.
so you know.
Right. I agree. I got the tally that you have. I guess what I'm trying to clarify for everyone is that I don't really believe that we need to negotiate. I don't think that we need to do the back and forth right now. I think what is most important is that the community is assured that they have access and that we allow that to move forward, and that neither entity should send a letter stating what they can or cannot do, and I know I can't control them, but that we should just focus on what's the most important. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yes, trustee Chang.
Thank you. The one that request from the city at their meeting was about the signage, which I know it's like signage is a small issue. It's not, the contract here states city can put their own signs at their own expense, but the city's asked us on the school field signs to change them. I would fully support that. Is like, I'm not, it's not one of the questions here, but it was asked by the city. Like, are we comfortable with, and this is like a very operational thing, but emotional has an impact. Are we comfortable taking down the signs that we just put up once it's approved and putting signs that says community, school field, and this is the space in partnership with the city. And like, it was very
Can we
fast.
wait to address this when we see what the city's proposal is?
To address it, if we have a successor joint use, whether or not we update the signs.
No,
Why not?
when
Isn't
we
that easy
receive,
answer?
I think she means when we receive the letter.
Right, whatever the city's comes back to us with.
As in wait for the city to decide if we are willing to update the signs.
I think we're waiting to hear from the city to see what's in the joint use agreement that they present us with. And I expect that there'll be language around signage. Then we can have the discussion around that.
It's really hard to decide something when we don't know what we're deciding.
Right.
For me.
I agree.
Every
Okay,
sign
do
we've
we-
had before has always said in joint partnership with the city. I'm just trying to understand, like, the sign has had an emotional impact unintentionally on our part. So I think it's a message of, are we, so if there is a contract, we are open to updating our signs to say that our fields are in partnership with the city.
Not on the agenda.
Yeah.
What do you mean? This is their joint use agreement.
Well, I believe that we should wait and see what the city brings back. And I'm certain that there's going to be language around signage. And I'm amenable to work with the district, with the city and the district together to come up with signage that demonstrates partnership and
The
collaboration.
draft language in our JUA that we're approving has language on signage, and it says that the city puts up signs at their expense and we do signs at our expense. And that's the problem we're in right now, right? We have multiple different signs at the fields, city signs, our signs, and our signs have now confused. Like, so it's in our document that we basically do these in parallel.
Mhm.
It's been a request to do it together. So that's all I'm reason I'm
Yeah, I would hope we do them together. I heard council members also mentioning that sometimes the signs are confusing to the public and sometimes that can impede access.
Yeah, and our draft
So-
language makes it confusing because it says the city puts up signs and we put up signs. And the contract that we're bringing back to the city. Just putting that out. Doesn't change, I support all 3 votes, but I'm just giving that feedback.
Okay, I think in the spirit of it, I would hope that the city sort of maybe can look at that language perhaps and come to us with something that's, if it seems too vague or confusing, because I know that that's something that I've heard city council members hope that we can create signage that communicates the information about the field clearly and makes the open space accessible to the public. Yes, trustee Lampreet.
Yes, so, Dr. Rudolph, thank you for your explanation, and I understand that we sort of need to move on here, even though, at least in my opinion, this is a far from perfect agreement, and it really doesn't solve the major problems of the last one. But yeah, I'm willing to move on, and yeah, but I do see a day where this agreement will go forward, and it will cause problems for some certain community or more. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Rudolph, anything else on this item?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we will then move on to item 10B, iReady Diagnostic 1 assessment data.
Good evening, trustees. Give me just a second while I present my screen. It is such a pleasure to be here this evening to present to you iReady data from Diagnostic 1. And right. All our work is aligned with our strategic plan, goal 1, which is effective and consistent instructional practices that meet the needs of all of our students. And specifically under that, with ensuring targeted instructional practices that maximize learning for all of our students. I'm in the interest of time, I'm going to skip a few slides, but I'm going to highlight some things and draw attention to our areas of focus as well. What we see over here is iReady and the iReady glance. Basically, how does iReady Diagnostic, how does the dyslexia screener or the task administration align with our MTSS or Universal Data Cycle? So we administered the beginning of the year Diagnostic 1 in August. And as you may remember from our dyslexia presentation from the last board meeting, we do the fall screener right after. And then our sites use the Diagnostic 1 data, the end of the year school data, and they plan for data cycle 1. At the end of that data cycle, then teacher teams use their curriculum-based assessments or other formative assessments and plan for the 9-week data cycle 2. Then come November, towards the end of November, we have the second diagnostic and the winter screener or task administration. After that, we have the diagnostic. After the diagnostic 2, we have the principal data meeting scheduled with Superintendent Rudolph and the Ed Services team. And then we also have our January PD day. So teachers have the diagnostic 2 data to plan for the upcoming data cycle 3. So it's pretty well settled in between. And then between the winter diagnostic 2 and the end of the year diagnostic 3, we also have data cycle 3 and 4, where student data is used to plan ahead. Then at the end of the year, we wrap up the year with another round of principal data meetings with Superintendent Rudolph and the Ed Services team, where we reflect on the year and we use student data to plan for our site plans for the upcoming school year. So let's look at what the data is telling us. What we see over here is chronic absenteeism data, and we see that we are at 15.27% chronic absenteeism district-wide. We do see higher rates at Castro, Thurkoff, Montaloma, and Landolt. But when we dig into the dig deeper into the data, we'll get additional insights about grade levels and understand the reasons behind absences. So our sites and our staff support staff at sites can support families accordingly. The next slide here, we see chronic absenteeism by subgroup. Now you'll notice that we didn't include percentages here, but instead we chose to show the number of students to provide a better picture of the subgroup breakup. We see higher chronic absenteeism with our at-risk subgroups across school sites. While we do see many schools have Hispanic Latino students with higher absenteeism, but I want to point out that at EMI, Landolt, Vargas, Stevenson, and Thurkoff, we have more Asian and white students who are chronically absent as well sometimes. And it's these small things like reminding parents that even missing 2 to 3 days adds up. And our schools are working towards addressing chronic absenteeism in their site plans. They're also including specific actions and are implementing actions even this year to address absenteeism at their sites. So we are looking at the data, using the data, and addressing student needs. Looking at data for overall by school, we see the 3-year comparative from fall diagnostics. It does show some declines for some of our schools, such as Bub, EMI, Vargas, Mistral. But we also see some schools such as Castro and Graham have maintained proficiency over the years. Moving ahead to the 3-year fall diagnostic comparative by grade, we see some declines over lower grades than upper grades. Well, we also see that 5th and 6th grade moved up 2 percentage points. Looking at the tier data for this year, we see kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade have the most students in tier 2, which is 1 grade level below. And then 3rd to 8th grade have about 24 to 31% in tier 3, which is 2 or more grade levels below. But I'd like to point out that 3rd to 8th grade also have more than 50% of their students that are at on or above grade level at the start of the school year. Looking at our ethnicity subgroups, we see that we're maintaining proficiency for Hispanic Latino students over the 3 years. Well, we do see that gaps persist across sites, and we see some larger gaps at Bob, Imai, and Graham. Similar to our ethnicity subgroups, we've maintained proficiency with our ELs, but gaps do persist. But I'd also like to point out that we have 8 out of 11 of our schools have more RFEP or reclassified students proficient than their English-only peers. This is an interesting slide for me. Here, this shows the percent of students that are at or above grade level in the domains. So it compares the domains by grade level last fall and this fall. So if you look at cohorts, the kindergartners last fall that are now 1st graders, we see they've improved in high frequency words. When we're looking at cohorts for upper grades, 7th and 8th grade, we see when students who were in 7th grade last year have moved up to 8th grade this year, we do see a 6 percentage point decrease in informational text. Just some things to point out. We've already, looking at the data summary, we've already captured some of the points in the previous slides, but I do want to point out that we see Bob and Imai have greater proficiency than the district average of 49% right now. But we also see greater than 5 percentage points decline in their proficiency as compared to last fall. Our 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 7th graders have maintained or improved proficiency as compared to last fall, but kindergarten and 1st grade show larger declines. Looking at ELs, our ELs are FAPs or reclassified students and students with disabilities. They've maintained proficiency over the years. We do see a slight drop for our socioeconomically disadvantaged subgroup. We do see lowest proficiency for ELs at Castro and Mistral. Again, looking at the domain level data summary, it shows an increase in high frequency words that as I pointed before, from 1st to 3rd grade students. We know that as they move along grade levels, they're learning more high frequency words. So that makes sense that the data shows that we see an increase in their performance in that domain. But we do also see some declines in phonological awareness. Tells us we've got some work to do in reading foundations. So we also see increases in vocabulary from 7th and 8th graders. But we see declines across grades for comprehension of informational text. Moving on to math. A 3-year comparative of our fall diagnostic shows some declines at some of our schools like Bub, Imai, Mistral, and Stevenson. But overall, we've maintained proficiency through 3 years. When we look at students by tiers, we do see our middle schools have the fewest students in tier 2, that is 1 grade level below. We have 9 of our schools that have more than 30% of their students in tier 2 though, so a data point to look at. But along with Mistral and Thurikoff, middle schools also have about 30% of their students who are in tier 3, which is 2 grade levels below. Now, when we look at grade levels, we see 3rd and 5th grade maintained, but we do see some declines for 1st, 2nd, and 8th grade. Let's dig deeper into the math pathway data for middle schools. We know we have work to do with our math 7 and 8 pathways, and we see a 12 percentage point decline for the 8.1 pathway over the years. Looking at the EL status data, that is our ELs, EOs, reclassified students, when we look at those, we do see English learners at Mistral, Castro, and Crittenden are least proficient in math currently. We have some work to do with them. Our RFEP students at 8 of our schools, I was counting, sorry, it took me a minute, at 8 of our schools are more proficient than the English-only peers in math, similar to what we saw in reading. Digging deeper into the domain level slides, we do see, as we dig deeper into the data, we see more kindergartners are proficient in number and operations this year as compared to last fall. When we looked at the cohort data for algebra, we did see student cohort move grades. Algebra was declining, especially in the upper grades. As we summarize what the math data is telling us, 5 of our schools have maintained math level, proficiency levels. You may remember Castro maintained proficiency in reading as well over the 3 years. And similar to reading, kindergarten and first grade have most students in tier 2. That is 70% in kindergarten and 58% in first grade. Our subgroup data shows our at-risk subgroups maintained proficiency over the years. And we know we have work to do with our ELs at Mistral, Castro, Graham, and Crittenden with our SED students as well. At Bob, Castro, Landels, Mistral, Montaloma, and Kirchhoff. So we have some work to do with subgroups. As I mentioned before, domain level data, again, we see mathematical concepts in number operations and algebra. As they become more complex and start involving word problems in multiple steps, we see declines. We know gaps in math fluency also have an impact in problem solving and impact the accuracy of student responses. Now, I'd like to point out that the students who are in middle school right now, where we're seeing larger gaps, right, were also in distance learning when they were in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades. And that's when the concepts such as fractions or decimals are taught. And we all know that the best way to learn fractions is with hands-on materials, which was difficult over distance learning. So what does our data overall tells us? It tells us that gap continued to persist for our at-risk subgroups for both reading and math. We have continued work to do with our ELs, with our long-term English language learners, and our newcomers. For reading, we need to focus on informational text for our upper elementary and reading foundations for our lower grades. Both algebra and number operations, along with building math fluency, is the focus for us. So what has been happening? What is some of our current work? I'm going to quickly recap. At our previous board meeting, we had shared the work of our early literacy team and that we're completing our universal screening task administration to identify reading difficulties early on. We're moving full steam ahead with our MTSS implementation, and all the school sites looked at their end of the year data, their diagnostic 1 data, and used that to form action plans for their data cycle 1. I'd like to point out we have 4 8 to 9 week data cycles this school year. We're making this concerted and targeted effort at multiple fronts to provide professional development resources and strategies for our school teams to support instruction. So we've had multiple site leader PD sessions. Site leaders in turn are providing professional development to their teacher teams during staff meetings or through instructional coaches as well. And during the August PD days, we had dedicated sessions for MTSS and for Universal Data Cycle data review and action planning. In addition to our regularly scheduled one-on-one meetings with myself, principals also have their mid-year and end-of-year data meeting, as I'd mentioned in the earlier slide, with Dr. Rudolph and the Ed Services team. We've already mentioned that elementary English language arts curriculum adoption process is in progress. We already had 1 meeting, and next week we are meeting again with the team. With an increase in the number of newcomers at some of our sites, we have 4 of our elementary schools that have a newcomer teacher to support 70 newcomer students that hold small groups and they work with newcomer students. At our middle schools, we also have a specialized newcomer class that supports about 76 or 77 newcomers at the middle schools. Our teachers across grade levels are also getting EL resources, strategies, and professional development from our ELD TOSA They have Monday PD sessions, they have site check-ins, and she also joins and does PD sessions during staff meetings. So what are some things that we have to keep in perspective with all of the data that we've seen so far, and some things that are happening? Before we implemented MTSS district-wide, student data was used inconsistently across sites. I know school teams are refining their practices with MTSS implementation, with the data cycles, with cost process as well. Our current English language arts curriculum is balanced literacy based, and research has shown it's not effective. Hence, we're looking at the science of reading based curriculums. We also cannot discount the impact of the summer slide and chronic absenteeism for our students at the beginning of the year. So what are we going to do to keep the targeted and focused momentum going? Some of our next steps are continued focus and intentionality around data-driven instructional planning with our multi-tiered system of support. We are focusing on solidifying our core tier 1 instruction with our universal data cycles. Principals are providing feedback and support to teacher teams on their data cycle action steps. Just this week, we had a site principal professional development session at our leadership team meeting on look-fors and how to provide feedback to staff. And some of the principals have already started implementing that from what I hear. So it is very exciting. After Diagnostic 2, Superintendent Rudolph and the Ed Services team will meet with the principals for the mid-year data meeting to see how progress is happening towards site plan goals. And then we'll also continue to expand our professional development for site leaders and staff on MTSS, science of reading, interventions, as well as RTI. We have changed a few things. We're talking about holistic, right? Whole approach. We've established a new principal PLC structure that is focused on big district-wide initiatives such as MTSS or behavior response standards or SIOP. Our site plans, the goals are based on student data, and they include intentional action steps. Chief Academic Officer Bauer and myself have hosted 5 site plan work sessions for site leaders. So they get a platform to collaborate with each other, hear ideas from each other, and get guidance from our district teams as well. Site plans will be shared with the Board of Trustees and the public on October 9th. And then the final plans come for approval on October 2nd. With that, I am done with presenting information as quickly as I could, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you so much. Trustees, are there any clarifying questions around the data before we dive into some discussion? Trustee Chang.
Thank you for this report. On page 30 for the math scores by school site, by ethnic group, I had a question about Landals for at grade level performance for Latino students at 18%. It's noticeably higher than other schools. Has there been any dive into, is there anything in particular happening at Landals that has led to higher at grade level performance for Latino students? That's on page 30. Seems
Yes.
statistically higher than other places.
I'm not sure of the exact reason. It would be really hard to pinpoint a particular reason. I'm sure because it's so site-based, maybe Principal Dolmans can help me out here with anything specific at site.
Sure, I can jump in there. I would say, we definitely put a concerted effort into trying to target students who are below grade level by using different approaches, including Spire and Orton-Gillingham. I think that we saw some early benefits of that, and we're going to continue to implement that this year. But I would say that was one of the contributing factors to why our Hispanic and Latino population performed well.
Any other clarifying? Thank you so much for that response. Any other
Sure.
clarifying questions? Okay. Seeing as there are none, if you would like to make a comment on this item and you are joining us on Zoom, it is time for public comment. You may raise your hand in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. Okay, seeing as there are none. Trustees, any comments you'd like to make? Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I know a lot of us were kind of surprised by the chronic absenteeism figures. And I know we discussed that the other day, but I'm glad that the site plans are going to be addressing it. And I really think that's a fundamental issue. I personally hadn't appreciated the issue. And it sounds like there's different theories that some of it may have to do with people coming off the pandemic and wanting to do travel and that sort of thing. But I'm really hopeful that we can find some good strategies, through the site plans. And I know we're already doing some things at certain schools, welcoming students, you having the teachers come and welcome students and such. But I really want to keep an eye on that and be creative about how to fix it, because if kids aren't coming to school, we can't help them. So thank you for highlighting that for us. And like I said, I look forward to seeing some of the strategies in the site plans.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. When I look at the results here, I think I'm really impressed by every single school site staff and district staff on trying to reduce the achievement gap. Their intervention sounds solid. Teachers and staff, they work with who is enrolled at their school, and they do whatever they can for who is enrolled in their school. It is the board as policy on deciding who is enrolled in that school. And what I'm trying to say there is that when we look at Castro's performance on a policy level, I believe that the amplification of poverty continues to show up in these iReady results. If we look at math, which instead of ELA, in math generally it's a good thing to look at because language differences may kind of show up a little less with math scores. 5% of students at Castro are at grade level in math. The difference between Castro and other schools is not any fault of their staff, is not any fault of the district intervention plans, but I think that as a board, as a policy level, we continue to put too much poverty and too many challenges in one place. And it amplifies it. And the reason I think if we look at the data, it shows where it amplifies it is that, so at Castro, if we look at by ethnic group, 1% of students at Castro are proficient at grade level in math, 1% of Latino students. So 5% overall, but if we look at Latino students at Castro, it's 1%. This is on page 30 of the report. If we look at district-wide, it's 11% of students are at grade level. So Latino students district-wide are at 11%, but at Castro, it's at 1%. If we look at white students, Castro has the lowest performing at math proficiency for white students as well. So this amplification by policy level of putting so much needs in one place makes the job so difficult, despite great interventions, despite heroic staff, great teachers. We on a policy level are, this is de facto segregation. And no matter what we do, no matter what they do, these scores will be hard. We are making their job harder. And I just encourage us to revisit that issue in the future because it's something that we need to look at because every time we see these reports, it just sticks out.
Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Berman. I appreciate the depth and the analysis within the report. It's been wonderful to watch over the last 5 or so years how much more information we're able to provide and transparency in our data analysis. So I really appreciate that. I've watched, I think, just the level at which our district uses data really improve over time. And it's exciting to be on that trajectory. I'm really concerned about chronic absenteeism as well. It's so interesting. Some of our families, what I've heard anecdotally as a parent as well, is that a lot of people traveled last year because it felt safer. So people who had not visited family during the pandemic were kind of making up for lost time last year. But what we saw was impacts in the classroom because of that. I also think that, I agree concentrated poverty is not helping our children. I also think our students who were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic and their families are still struggling. The rent control measures that were the rental assistance and rent control measures that were specific to the pandemic are gone. It is, you know, we have families who have just really haven't recovered from the fiscal and health and trauma impacts of the pandemic. And we're seeing that in the data, I think, in some of the disproportionality of it. So this is my favorite part of the year because there's so much opportunity ahead. This is the very beginning. This is our first snapshot of where our kids are. And what comes next will be, you know, we're going to have a discussion about district goals after this, but our school site plans are coming up, and our school site plans are where our principals and their teams really look at how to help students across each site using this information. And the data cycles that were implemented last year, I'm excited that those are ongoing. I think we're just going to keep getting better and better at refining that process and really honing in on what children need. And I'm excited about MTSS being fully implemented. I'm excited about our literacy teams. I think we have a lot of good stuff going on this year that I'm looking forward to our second trimester data.
Thank you, Vice President Conley. Trustee Lambert? Did you? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I think, oh, Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Just a brief comment. I agree that the pandemic and things have impacted some communities larger. I will point out, I think it's useful for the board to keep this in mind. And again, on that page 30 of the report, on page 30, on math performance at grade level, EL students across the district are at 7%, Latino students at 11%, 7% for EL, Latino at 11%, Latino students at Castro 1%. So COVID affects Latino students and EL students across the district, but there is a disproportionality that Castro that's unique. So I think that I wouldn't want to just, I think we just need to have it said there. And I also really do want to applaud Landos. Landos has been interesting on the statistics for, I know everybody in the district's working hard, and I don't mean to not applaud others, but I just want to single out that it's good for the community to see that Landos, the performance for all ethnic groups are good. And they have the highest performing for math at grade level in Latino students, and that was at no detriment to other students on campus. It speaks to it speaks to that diverse campuses all students can thrive. So that we can have a diverse campus that is socioeconomically and ethnically diverse, and students can that can benefit everybody. So everyone's doing hard work. I just want to say I really like seeing what Landos is doing. Thank you.
I think the only thing I'll add, I agree with all of the comments that have been made about chronic absenteeism and the impact of concentrated poverty in one school. I think this data also demonstrates that we have our literacy specialists in the right place. I know that Landos was really focused on the science of reading and doing the Orton Gillingham curriculum, and I think you can see that in the results of scores and even math, right? Because I think the math and the ELA go hand in hand. We saw that shift happen when we went to Common Core. It used to be that kids would really shine in the math and, struggle a little bit more in the ELA. And now we're kind of seeing the opposite of that, because I think there is so much literacy that goes into the math as well. So it's helping both of those things. I think that's my theory. But I just want to add that we're going to be looking at, I know that everyone's feeling that disappointment of seeing that achievement gap, seeing these achievement gaps persist for our Latino students, our Hispanic students, our SED students, and we definitely want that to change. And I think that there's an opportunity to talk more about that in our board goals, which is coming up. Any other questions? Great. Thank you so much for the presentation tonight. Trustees, can we take a 5-minute bio break? Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. 10:42, and we are back in session. We have our final item, which is a board. Oh. Okay, just in case. That's okay, it's 10:43. We are back in session after taking a short break. We will now move on to our final item under section 10. We are on board goals. Dr. Rudolph, you have a presentation for us tonight, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. All right, so we started this conversation earlier this year, talking about board goals. And so just want to go through and look at this. So during the 2021 school year, the trustees approved the strategic plan. And with that, board goals, which are set yearly, are linked to desired outcomes that are actually embedded within the strategic plan and included also in administrative evaluations. So from a monitoring standpoint, we now have, which is new this year, is the board evaluation of strategic goals. So you'll be getting that. It's included in a document, but you'll be getting a PDF or a Google version of it that you can see that will be updated regularly. Then we also have the dashboard, which is an at-a-glance accountability measure to help staff, trustees, and the public to monitor the progress. And then, of course, there are board presentations that sort of address those initiatives. So I want to talk about the strategic priorities document. So what this does is it takes the big comprehensive actions for this year under the board goal. And I'm currently working on adding what item the board goal is so that you can see, because when you look at MTSS, it actually falls under 23-24. So it doesn't necessarily correspond with the actual goal. I mean, it does, but it doesn't link you back to the actual goal in the strategic plan document. This just simply says, what are the big actions that we are planning on doing? What is our expected result? Here are all the metrics that are possible that are going to measure this. And then these are all of the board presentations that we expect that correspond with it. So that gives you the opportunity to look at this and sort of have your own ongoing dialogue about whether or not you feel like there's progress towards a particular goal. It's a little bit different, but it's also serves as a central repository for board members to simply go to the item as opposed to having to go back through the board packet or to go through various, I know some of y'all print out documents, right? You don't have to do any of those anymore. So we're hoping that this will help in terms of organization. So the key features is, like I said, it links strategic plan initiatives to expected results. It also identifies the metrics that will be positively impacted by strategic plan initiatives, and it serves as a repository. So this document is a living document that is updated through board presentations. Staff reviews and discusses the progress in our our strategic plan. We review and discuss progress towards the strategic plan goals in a bi-weekly process. We also have these conversations in our one-on-one meetings with different individuals. And then we also have the strategic plan dashboard as well as board presentation. So today what we're going to do is hopefully finalize which goals will be included in the administrative evaluations. But really this also signals to staff, these are the most, doesn't mean that we're not going to do anything else, but these are the ones that the board really cares about the most. I could probably guess what they are, but I also think that it's important for y'all to weigh in. And what it also does is it changes. Last year, I think all of us were a little overwhelmed. After COVID, we didn't really have the opportunity to, so you ended up with 17, I think, goals, which made the document a little bit unwieldy. So this will also pare this down just a tad. But again, it doesn't change the fact that all of these goals are being focused on. So there are 5 different areas: instruction, SEL, culture, employees, and resources. And I do want to show that board goals change, or how a strategic plan sort of evolves over time. So for instance, in this case, when this first version of the strategic plan was chosen, it actually focused on outdoor learning. Remember, we go back in time, the strategic plan was finalized during COVID. And so everyone was trying to figure out, how do we get kids outside so that we can get them back in school? Well, we come back, everybody's like, well, vaccines are there, upgraded our HVAC system, we're wearing masks. Do we need to focus on outdoor learning spaces the same way? And that sort of evolved into greening sites. Well, then we were saying, okay, well, we'll move those funds over to greening sites just a little bit. And we started with Vargas. And now what we have is the environmental sustainability resolution has pushed that even further, right? So the evolution of this is that what started out as outdoor learning has sort of morphed this way into a larger plan of action for environmental stewardship. So again, the board goals highlight key priorities that have the ability to transform daily operations. And one of the most successful goals from the previous strategic plan was response to instruction. There are two different types of goals, and I believe that this was sort of alluded to at the last item, which is you have one-off goals, and some of those goals end up continuing to stay. So actually 1 year's worth of growth started off as a board goal and then eventually just became part of the daily operating practice. And it's now included in all the site plans. So there are one-off goals that reflect an immediate need that the board has identified. And COVID-19 response was also one of those. And then there are also the secondary types, or the second type of goals, are strategic plan embedded goals, which emphasize the importance of initiative that the board really believes is the fulcrum to shaping the district's operations. And then just again, board goals are used to evaluate every single administrator within the district, as well as so coordinators, directors, principals, assistant principals, myself, assistant superintendents. So this is really important for us to know how we're being evaluated also. But again, we'll also focus on all of these, right? So it's not like we don't know that one of these things will come, but if there is a new one that is going to be added, then it's always good to know. So what are the next steps? Is for the board to sort of continue to focus on the selection of the actual goals. So, and again, I mentioned this before, there were 17 goals last year that were sort of selected. And what we hope for at the end of this year, we hope the board sort of express an interest in narrowing the focus of the board goals. And then we started this work at the August 5th retreat, and then we sort of ran out of time. So, and then the request was to just bring this back for further deliberation. So the question here is, what goals would the board want to identify for the 2023-2024 school year? And then what I also will do is I will update the evaluation framework so that those are either italicized or underlined or bolded or something, so that as you're looking at that, you know exactly which one there are.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Trustees, I'd like to make an offering if it's okay. I had chatted with Dr. Rudolph sometimes what we've done historically, and I haven't had a lot of experience on the board, which is what I've noticed, is just asking what are the items or the goals that the district is sort of seeing to be like the ones that really are all hands during the district, meaning that it's a sort of a high priority goal. It might come up a lot several times to us as trustees. And so we sort of went through and he shared with me a few of those. And so I wanted to share them with you and then get your thoughts on them and see if there could be support as far as like the ones that are associated with the strategic plan, because we think the whole district is working on the strategic plan goals for 23-24. And there are some that are really going to be, there's a sense that it's going to really change the practices that are happening, really impactful in the school district. So I know that Dr. Rudolph and his team are spending a significant amount of time on them. So I'll just share them with you and then we can have a conversation. So around looking at the framework around goal area 1, the work the district is really going to focus on this year is MTSS, so the full implementation of the university data cycles and the cost process, developing an iteration of tiered structured interventions, So that's one that we've been hearing a lot about MTSS and costs, and this is sort of that full year of implementation. So there's a lot of work going into that goal. Around goal area 2, social emotional health, provide site-based training for resource mapping outcomes to support health and wellness goals. So it appears that that's where there's a lot of work happening to make sure that all of the sites are trained on mapping those supports out so that individuals can support students. Around goal area 3, inclusive and welcoming culture. Train all site leaders in the data, this is 3B1, train all site leaders in the data analysis process and tools necessary to self-evaluate their site using the equity framework scorecard. So we've been hearing a lot about the equity framework scorecard, and this would sort of put the emphasis on that goal. And then on goal 5 is the equitable distribution of resources that supports student access, and this would be a focus on the environmental sustainability action plan. So those were the goals that that Superintendent Rudolph shared with me. And when looking at these, if we really wanted to narrow our focus, that in looking at our board meetings and the information that's coming out and where leaders are working, these tend to be the goals that that I would just like to suggest. Goal 2 was 2A, provide site-based training for resource mapping outcomes to support health and wellness goals.
There was considerable conversation last year about because the state hasn't came out for curriculum, how do we make sure that kids are provided with the resources that are necessary as well as staff? And could we create sort of this approach where you know, a site has looked at their data and let's just say that we've noticed a lot of bullying, but we don't necessarily have a curriculum for bullying. So within this resource mapping, you have, you know, stop bullying A to G 100% of the time, whatever the curriculum is or whatever the resources are. And then the site could leverage that as a resource and implement that at their particular site. And that this sort of serves this resource mapping approach that sort of balances here the resources and training allows for us to sort of address some of those needs that we're seeing in data, but also helps us, gives us time to figure out what the state is going to do and sort of where if any, a social emotional framework will sort of exist.
And I'll just mention that I think these are straight from the strategic plan goals. I'd also like for us to discuss how we're looking at our data and looking at categories of students that continue to struggle. So thinking through, you know, where we can have a special focus. You know, we have the highest concentration of our SED and Latino, Latinx, Hispanic students at Castro. So that could be a good place to really focus our energy, because I think right now the strategic plan is around evenly sort of focused on all students across all schools, but we have this data that keeps showing up for us. And we talk about wanting to sort of think about our policy and putting resources into supporting those students in that demographic. So I'd like for us to also talk about how we can fit a goal, either as a tangential goal or just somewhere tucked into one of these that is specifically targeting that demographic. Yes, Vice President Conley.
A question real quick. Where will we do public comment for this, since it's more of a discussion?
That's a good point. Well, I just jumped right in, didn't I? Okay, so let me go back. Clarifying questions around the presentation. It's a sign that it's getting late, isn't it? Okay, clarifying questions. Yes, Vice President Conley.
So I had a question about why the resource mapping was chosen for goal area 2 instead of the begin training differentiated cohorts of teachers on MVWSD focused SEL targets and instructional practices and evaluate and expand use of the SE measurement tool. That really jumped out at me because I know not just myself, but other trustees have been asking for like we keep waiting on the state framework, but our children are hurting now. So I feel a lot of urgency around that.
So I think, the differentiated cohorts of teachers is a smaller. So I was thinking between the two, which one's going to have the greatest impact? And so versus teachers who are opting in, who are in a smaller place, and we are doing some training, versus a site where you know that all the teachers are going to be approached, is sort of where I went. And I was trying to think of what is, trying to get in your heads and think about where's the biggest bang for your buck. And I felt like that would be at the site level versus a smaller cohort of actual teachers.
Okay, because I was confused. I thought differentiated cohorts to me meant training all the teachers, but differentiating what their prior knowledge or skill sets were, and that's how it was being tailored to them.
So there are some cohorts that are working on behavior management, but it's not at every single school site. I mean, you're more than welcome to choose.
But this is only referring to like a few select cohorts. It's not district-wide.
Correct.
But we're not doing the goal, like we will still do that. It's just won't be the primary focus for the evaluation.
Correct.
Right? I mean, because I think we're still doing all those things that are listed in that year or whatever.
No matter what, all of these are going to be done. We're going to report out on all of them. I think the difference though is that, so I'll give you a good example. Is it fair for me to evaluate a principal if their teachers didn't sign up for a specific cohort, or we didn't offer that cohort opportunity, versus site-based trainings for resource mapping outcomes to support health and wellness goals? I can evaluate every single principal and you can evaluate me on that. And so it has, from a leverage standpoint, it has a higher pull value for me, versus sometimes we do have goals that only apply to certain groups versus things that apply to all of them. And you're looking, at least when I was thinking about this and I was talking with President Berman, I was looking for the things that we know that almost every single person evaluated in this framework can have. You can apply this even to, Beyond the Bell and ELOP, because they would have the same, they would look for TK, right? So it's that's just my mind was just thinking of what is the broadest framework and where is it that we know would hit every single site versus a smaller group.
I think what's hard for me is like when I look at the strategic plan itself for 2B is ensure an integrated, consistent approach to social emotional learning. And then the strategic initiative is to implement competency-based SEL model. Our outcome is that we'll have a clearly defined approach for social emotional instructional practices that includes annual training. And for this coming year, it's begin training differentiated cohorts. 24-25 is continue training cohorts. 25-26 is continue training cohorts. Are we saying we're never going to train the whole district until 26-27? Like, when do we actually train all of our staff in social emotional learning if the cohorts are just a small subset?
So in this case, because we're sort of hedging our bets, right? We don't know what the state is going to do. They keep saying that they're working on a framework and that they're going to put something out. And so instead of getting ahead of what the state does, and I'll use a good example like ELOP, the state made a strategic decision that they were going to do extended learning opportunities. And so that was actually an item that was in our strategic plan, and they completely eradicated or erased or eliminated that actual strategic plan item. And so as we are starting to do this, we were concerned that the state may show up with something and that it would fundamentally change how this goal looks like. And so our idea is that over the course of a year, we would continue to train more and more teachers in order to get there. But it is possible for the next year or two, they'll come out with something and that it will change everything for us.
So two things. One, if, let's say, worst case scenario, we started training everyone this year in social emotional learning of some sort, And then for next year, we were told we had to change the curriculum we were implementing because the state has a new framework. Worst case scenario, we have still equipped teachers already. It's not like these social emotional frameworks are, it's not like the curriculums out there contradict each other. They still provide overarching skills and understandings that teachers can use regardless of whether or not some of the terminology shifts. I don't see it as wasted time, but as meeting the needs of current students.
Right, but we're hedging our bets on MTSS. That is the largest initiative that we have. And because the school year has already started, I think adding one more thing to the plate without people opting in is where you're going to run into the biggest issue. So yeah, I mean, you can direct the goal. It's up to you as a board, and you can say, and we'll do our best to implement it. But I think in that case, if the goal is to train every single teacher, we know that next year MTSS is supposed to include behaviors. I would argue that that will be the year for that to happen. And regardless of the outcome, every teacher is expected to be trained. But in this year, we have, for instance, some training that has taken place at Vargas and I forget the other school. And that's specific, those teachers have opted in. And so it is a very specific training cohort for those individuals around behavior items, but it isn't applying to every single school. And so I can argue, and I'm not trying to not argue this wrong.
No, but I mean, it's helpful.
Yeah.
It's helpful to understand.
If a school site states, like Vargas did, that this is the issue that we need and they opt into the training, right? That to me fell under the item above, which is site-based training, versus us training of a specific cohort of teachers is a very smaller amount. And it doesn't have as big of an impact that I think the board is looking for. And I think what you're looking for, the larger framework could easily be incorporated next year. And that gives us the time to ramp up. That's all I'm trying to say, because we're now in September.
Yeah. Does it mean that, possibly next year, instead of continue training cohorts, we could move that action item to a broader training possibly? Because okay.
Yeah, my only request is that when we have our sort of spring retreat, and that's normally when we're identifying the goals, that we just do it right there. And then that gives us enough time to ramp up and figure out what that's going to look like. And I think that's perfectly fine. And I think that goes back to the evolution of the strategic plan. Like, it just keeps evolving. So this is the updated version for this year. So we could easily incorporate that. And especially because next year behavior is supposed to be incorporated with the MTSS, I think it fits naturally and will work very well.
Trustee Chang.
Two questions. I'll save my comments for after the public comments, but then on the plan, when it says reduce referral for goal 1, reduce referrals by 100%. Can I get further context on a lot of the other things doesn't like put a percentile, like, on the one before, decreasing like chronic absenteeism and long-term ELL suspensions. There's not like a number to it. So context for why the next one is decrease special ed referrals by 100%.
Sorry, this document should be bulleted. Those are actually two separate ones. So the first one is decreasing the referrals in special ed. That's this decrease special ed referrals. And then the one after that is the 100% of students demonstrating growth.
Okay.
But because it's not bulleted, it reads exactly like you put it. So we just need to bullet it. But the next one is, and this is captured in the site plan, our expectation is, and came from the board, and we clarified it last year, 100% of the students are expected to demonstrate at least 1 year's worth of growth in reading and math.
Fully support that. Thank you. So a question about decreasing special ed referrals with the kind of universal dyslexia screener and stuff like that. Do we anticipate that we might see like more like I understand that but like I'm just like kind of want to explain more why it's a goal for us to reduce special education referrals.
So when we did our our audit for MTSS, what we noticed was that every site had a different process and different forms. And so, and the interventions weren't uniform either. And so one of the reasons, and you know, we've been in the classroom, right? So one of the reasons why kids are being referred is because we're tossing our hands, not admittedly for good reasons. I'm not trying to argue like we just do it arbitrarily, but we don't know what to do. But naturally we say, well, special ed is the solution, right? Because we know that they're going to get resource help there. And so we've been jumping to referring for special ed at a higher rate than what we should, which is why we're in differentiated assistance. Whereas what we should be focused in on are we, and which is what the MTSS process has now, there's a series of interventions that we can use in order to intervene. And that, if those interventions don't work, then eventually that provides the documentation that leads to special ed. So the idea is that we catch the kids a little bit earlier with some core interventions, and that it will reduce it. But we will see kids referred because of other items like dyslexia.
And so having this would not discourage like legitimate referrals by like just seeking a goal like this.
No, it won't.
Then okay, let's last quick question is on the sustainability plan. Measure T phase 2 recommendations, just for refreshing my memory and for the public. What are the Measure T phase 2 recommendations?
So at the end of the year, we will bring back and so this is we're talking about May. So we will bring a series of recommendations, or we'll provide a series of updates about the environmental sustainability plan. There are some funds left. And what we will ask the board is that we have a lot of initiatives, but we don't have a lot of money. What do you want to do? And at that point, the board will make some decisions about how it wants to resolve some of these issues. And whichever way you go is whichever way you go. But some of them can support environmental sustainability initiatives, but they don't have to. But when in talking with Dr. Westover, we felt like if we brought back phase 2 initiatives to you and asked you to vote on them within the next month, and then later on in the year, we bring back, here's this beautiful plan about environmental stewardship. And then you're like, oh, it would have been great to have these funds come up at the same time so that you can make an informed decision. So all we're doing is delaying phase 2 so that you as a board can make a good, a sound decision about how you want to spend the money. You can choose phase 2, you can pick other projects, you can go with the environmental sustainability plan. That's all up to you. We won't have any skin in the game. But what I don't want you to have is the issue of you didn't have any resources to apply to anything because you made a decision earlier in the year and you couldn't change it as a result.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I was just curious about goal 4, that wasn't one of the ones, that there wasn't anything selected under that. And just looking at assessing, I guess this is 4B, assessing the current approach to professional development, differentiation, ongoing staff support, assess retention rates and exit surveys. And then 4C was conduct an assessment of leadership opportunities for staff. I know we have promoted staff, but there have been other years when like we've had kind of openings and really had to go outside. And I'm just curious, like it may be that we don't need it now, but I think those are important for the long run. And so I'm just wondering why we wouldn't select one of these as well. And I don't want to overwhelm, but I think you had suggested 4. And I'm just wondering whether it makes sense to add a 5th from that category.
I actually, to what Trustee President Berman stated was, I suggested 4 that were easy to pick, like these really stand out. You're more than, that's just a recommendation, right? These are just the ones. You can choose anything that you want that you feel is important. Some of these items, so I think, may not pull the lever, but also in all fairness, knowing that the conversation about Castro or EL learners was going to come up. We also, as I told the President Berman, that may be an opportunity for the board to add another one. And we're still going to do these particular things.
Okay.
So it's not like we're not focused in on it. It's just that if you want it, in the sense of if 5 is a golden number, which it can be more than that, then maybe the 5th one is something for you to choose as opposed to something around HR.
Okay, well, I just was curious about that because I don't want to overlook that. But as long as we're still doing it, I don't want to be caught, blindsided a couple of years from now when all of a sudden people retire, get, 3 people get superintendent offers at other districts, and then, we haven't kind of created a path. And, we've had some good hires from outside, but I think it's really nice to at least have that path and be thinking about it intentionally to promote internally.
Yep, we're still doing it. So it will still happen. It's hard to debate teacher and staff appreciation versus leadership opportunities. And so because I couldn't figure out which one weighed more, I just avoided the conversation altogether.
Okay, and this doesn't necessarily touch all of your people that you're evaluating. So I just wanted to ask. Thanks.
Vice President Conley.
I just had one. Going back to the decrease in special education referrals, I'm wondering if we could reframe that as decrease the disproportionality in special education referrals, because that sounds like what we're trying to do. I don't want to end up with some unintended consequences here. So I want to be really specific about what we're trying to do.
Yep, actually what I'm going to do is write, and you can't see it because we're only in the document. Actually, if you look at the full document, but it disproportionality is actually right under it on this. It's on the second page. This one was so long because of all of the items.
Yeah.
It wasn't there. So I'll move that down so that it falls, decrease the disproportionality in special ed. That's an easy change.
Any other clarifying questions? Okay, then we will move on to public comment. If you are joining us and would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, seeing as there are none, we'll move on to trustee comments. Yes, trustee Chang.
Thank you. Support these goals. I appreciate the kind of the history of the goal process. I'm both very comfortable and believe that it is important for the board to be driving goals, and completely appreciate recommendations from the district and tied to strategic plan, but I think it's primarily in our group authority. And on that note, I think that the SCL goal, this question of whether, I totally agree with Trustee Connolly about there's an urgency for us to have a curriculum at some point faster than what's laid out in the strategic plan. Many communities locally identify curriculum that's adopted before the state suggested. How we have a state ethnic studies framework for high schools where that for decades, local community high schools had ethnic studies as a curriculum adopted because they saw it as a local community need. And our community has spoken overwhelmingly for a need for SEL, and it says in our data. So I'm neither convinced nor satisfied with this idea that we wait for the state to adopt a curriculum. There are many districts around us that do have SEL curriculums. That, we have many school sites in our own district that have been doing SEL with their kids for years. When it says this resource mapping, to me as an educator, my mind, that's like people are sharing what they're doing, but they're not training. And I recognize that the year's already started. But if we don't change that one, I would at least encourage us as a board to say that we need to see a faster, more concrete timeline for the next few years, because this ongoing training, I don't think works. And also, none of the goals for SEL say bringing back a curriculum for board approval, because and I think it should, because we approve math curriculum. I understand that's a state requirement. But SEL, we approve curriculum because we're elected by the community, and the community likes to know what the kids are being taught. And if you look around this country, SEL curriculum is actually a political thing, right? Like parents often, I'm not saying that parents will come and tell us their thoughts, but having the curriculum go through a board process, board approval, is the democracy. It is the public outlet. And so I wouldn't want there to be a universal SEL curriculum that didn't come to the board for approval. And I think I would welcome us seeing in the future years, like, yeah, let's find out what's already working the school sites. Let's lean on the wisdom of the school sites. Let's do some piloting, and let's bring to the district, let's bring to us as a board. We've piloted this SEL curriculum. We feel really good about this one, and we're going to roll with this. And if the state comes with their thing and we have to make changes later, that's fine. People had to do it with their ethnic studies programs. So they had to change it when the state did a mandate. But like, who knows? I don't want to wait for the state. I think we should just start incrementally doing a process with the goal of eventually at some year, we want to bring to the board a curriculum on SEL training, because Sow to Grow is a measurement. And like, we have all these metrics on measuring SEL, but we need to teach kids SEL. Like, there's tools. So I'm fine with us identifying the tools, resource mapping, but I want us to see, like, I'm wondering what the board thinks about, like, maybe refacing some of the future goals to get more concrete to a curriculum for the whole district on SEL. And the last thing just is that I totally support President Berman's idea of like Castro being kind of a sub goal. I think it's a pretty heavy sub goal. So like fully on board for that. And I think that one actually is, it says it's a sub goal, but in reality to actually tackle that, that's many goals in one for that.
Vice President Conley.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, what had been discussed just a little bit earlier was possibly expanding that training next year to dovetail with MTSS. But in terms of the curriculum, I agree with you. I think in part because I've watched my own child and like his peers go through these last few years, and there's and the teachers are doing a wonderful job, but there's just such a need. And we have friends from lots of different schools because of like youth sports and things like that. And kids are really getting a different level of support at different school sites around social emotional learning, and that's concerning to me. I am really comfortable with the 4 goals that were presented, and then the sub goal focusing on Castro. And I'm very excited about the equity framework and scorecard being actually rolled out this year and used. I think that's gonna, paired with MTSS, I think that's gonna give us a big bang for our buck in terms of helping to close the achievement gap.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm comfortable with what has been discussed.
Me too.
Excellent. Okay. Yes, Trustee Ching.
One thing, I'm not saying it needs to be in the goals itself, but feedback for the district on this SEL thing is one form of training that I haven't seen in our goal documents that I think addresses this theme about like these mental health needs because of pandemic and mental health needs just because of vulnerable communities is like trauma-informed instruction. It's, there's a lot of really powerful tools that should be, like what a decade ago we'd call it SEL, but these days a lot of things are coming around recognizing the what trauma does to kids, and it's out in the training of that, and has helped us understand like how to respond in ways that will reduce things like suspension and stuff like that, because it's like when kids are going red, we're understanding all these things are why and how we de-escalate when kids are coming to school with certain things. So as a subset of SEL, I think it's just something just for feedback for the staff to kind of keep an eye out for. Some powerful tool set there.
Yeah, so along those lines, I'm just reading that how what an impact housing insecurity has. And we have a lot of housing insecurity around here.
Right. I know that President Berman and I went on a tour of the Sunnyvale homeless shelter last spring, but there is a group of trustees, many of them based out of Sunnyvale because the issues have come up more immediately there, looking at can we have a standard of care for homeless youth at the county level. And you should have all received an email from our County Board of Education representative, Trustee Grace Ma, inviting trustees if they want to participate in touring the different shelter sites or, life moves and our safe parking sites in Mountain View. And I really encourage all of us to go on those tours. I think she emailed, it's probably a week or two ago, but I can look for it. It may have. Okay,
share that.
I'll forward it because she asked trustees to let her know if they wanted to come along, and she's trying to set up those tours, but I think it would be great to get more of us engaged in that.
Interesting. Okay, we'll make sure to get those out. Thank you, Vice President Conley. Okay, so I think it looks like we have some unanimous support for those 4 goals. I think this idea of how we support Castro is a little bit ambiguous. So Dr. Rudolph, I think what I would hope for the team, you and your leaders, to come back to us to think about what is the work that we need to do to support students and families, and how we can drive policy and funds to better support the students at Castro. Yes.
Along those lines, and following up with what Trustee Chang said earlier, is that what appears to be so unique about Castro is really the concentration of poverty and throwing resources. Yeah, we've done a great job throwing resources, and we have great teachers, but nothing's happening. So to go back to, okay, we're not solving the concentration of poverty by throwing resources at it. So maybe that's where we need to start. But that's the solution to that is much bigger.
Yeah.
Things were happening before the pandemic.
Yeah.
Not enough, not fast enough, but things were definitely moving. I felt like we were poised to make significant progress, and then COVID just smashed everything down.
Well, right. And yeah.
I hear you.
Could probably blame that all on housing insecurity too, right?
Yeah, I think, we have an opportunity to do some, root cause analysis and really work with our parent groups and have a clear understanding, not just from our parents, but even our leaders from the Castro neighborhood, to think about, what are the barriers and what support are they looking for, and really, thinking sort of beyond your traditional ideas. I would love to hear some plans for how we can be supportive as a board.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is, and this could end up being a series of study sessions and other things we can bring back. Here's what we've learned, here's what we're hearing, here are some ideas. And I think, we'll pose at the end of the year, we can pose a bunch of different options to the board for you to choose and make directions. It could be, I think we scratched the surface on some resources. We could go even further. It could be that there could be a recommendation about shifting boundaries. I think we explore all of those particular items and present it to the board. So to me, this one is really setting the stage for what's going to happen next year and being very intentional, but it involves a lot of deep diving and making sure that community's been engaged in the conversation the whole way.
It's one of those developing targets, right?
Correct.
Okay. Wow. Let's see. It's done here. Thank you, trustees. Okay, we have board updates. If anyone has anything to share in a minute or less. Yes.
Next weekend, I'll be going to Sacramento for the California School Board Association Board of Directors meeting. So I look forward to having some updates at our next board meeting about what transpired that I can share.
There was also a doodle that went out last week about the shoreline. If we have any folks that are interested in visiting shoreline and learning more.
So I actually got a ping back from the city. It was actually in Kimber's email. Sorry, City Manager McCarthy's email about the Friday. And it doesn't look like it's actually working out for a lot of people. So I think just in general, it doesn't seem like it's on. And I think they're just going to try to reschedule.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to item, let's see, we're now at future board meeting dates. We're moving right into October 5th will be our next meeting. And with that, at 11:27 PM, we will now adjourn the meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School District.